5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, a human smuggling operation uncovered in South Bexar County. Trump hits the campaign trail, and the Mavs fall to the Celtics in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: sunny and hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 78 degrees. An update to a breaking news story. More than 24 smuggling victims have been pulled from a sweltering house on San Antonio's south side that does not have air conditioning. They were smuggled from the border town of Laredo in a trailer.
Underneath is a large false compartment that these people were just laying down in there, exposed to the elements.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says they rescued 26 smuggling victims. 11 were rushed to the hospital for heat exhaustion. One woman from Guatemala said she paid $16,000 to be transported to Texas. 7 suspected smugglers are under arrest. Investigators believe the home near 1604 in Applewhite was also used for cockfighting. Well, prosecutors are close to wrapping up their case in the Hunter Biden gun possession trial in Delaware. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Prosecuting attorneys have indicated they only have a couple more witnesses before resting their case against Hunter Biden. Their witnesses Thursday delved into the gun briefly possessed by the defendant, from the purchase to its disposal and discovery in a store trash can. Defense attorney Abby Lowell said by Monday his case could be complete. But the most significant news about this trial may have happened in Normandy, France, where President Biden said in an interview he would accept the outcome of the trial and would not pardon his son should he be found guilty. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, former President Trump was back on the road speaking at a Turning Point Action Town Hall in Arizona. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Returning to the campaign trail following his New York conviction for falsifying business records, former President Trump tells a Phoenix crowd,
"Vote for Trump."
Reiterating he believes his legal troubles are because he's running again.
I got indicted 4 times.
Saying if elected in 2024, he'll rescind President Biden's recent executive order that puts a cap on asylum seekers and vowing to cut back on crime.
We have to back our police. We have to back law enforcement. We have to give them back their respect.
Commenting on questions from supporters.
Everything was about the border and about inflation and the economy.
The former president noting these are key issues. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Well, Texas Democrats are accusing the state's Republican Party of pressing an extreme agenda that they fear could open the door to capital punishment for abortion patients.
There are a group of extremists hell-bent on stripping away women's rights, and all of their talk of being the party of freedom is hogwash.
Gilbert Hinojosa, who heads the Texas Democratic Party, points to a plank in the GOP's platform that clearly states abortion is not health care, it is homicide. Access to a doctor has been a key talking point at the Democratic Convention, which is now underway in El Paso. It comes less than a week after the Texas Supreme Court unanimously rejected a challenge to the state's near-total abortion ban. Well, the Boston Celtics took Game 1 of the NBA Finals versus the Dallas Mavs on ABC last night. Coming back from injury and off the bench, Celtics center Kristaps Porzingis shot 8 for 13 from the field, adding 20 points to the Boston win.
Extra possessions, offensive rebounds can help you create a margin. Porzingis pumps ahead. Kristaps Porzingis knocking him down from everywhere.
A dominant 107-89 win gives Boston an early 1-0 lead in the series. Game 2 is Sunday in Boston. Well, Boeing Starliner spacecraft is now docked at the International Space Station. The 2-person crew successfully docked yesterday afternoon. This came after the spacecraft missed its first docking window earlier in the day after there were problems with the thrusters. Late Wednesday, NASA said 2 helium leaks have been detected since the spacecraft arrived in orbit orbit, but that the crew is safe. The spacecraft lifted off Wednesday morning from Cape Canaveral. And fresh off a successful test launch of its Starship rocket, SpaceX is now getting sued.
The blastoffs from Boca Chica Beach are both dramatic and destructive. SpaceX has a massive water cooling system to prevent the launch pad from being blown apart. The problem? That wastewater has to go somewhere. Jim Chapman with the group Save RGV says it's flowing into the Gulf and we have no idea what's in it.
You cannot discharge untreated wastewater onto wetlands.
They're suing Elon Musk's private spaceflight company, claiming they violate the Clean Water Act. The suit also argues that a state agency, which is supposed to be monitoring the impact, has failed to fulfill its duties. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A chunk of ice the size of a pineapple may be a record setter in Texas. The hailstone fell in the panhandle during Sunday storms. The storm chaser who found it in a farming area about an hour south of Amarillo posted on social media that it's more than 7 inches long. If confirmed, that would be a new state record. The Texas State Climate Extremes Committee is meeting to confirm the size. It is 5:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Seventh day of June, 21 days until the first presidential debate on CNN, 51 days until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics, 92 days until NFL opening night, the Baltimore Ravens against Taylor Swift's boyfriends team, and 151 days until the start of the second the election, the 2024 election. But all of that, those are big days ahead of us. But today is a very, very big day. Today is the day we've been working for all week. Today is Friday.
Oh, Friday-luya. Good.
Wake up the kids. Let the dogs out. Drive naked down Commerce Street. Honk your horn. You did it. We did it. We made it. It's Friday. God bless America.
Amen.
Charity McCurdy, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Well, I'm good, but Sam Tobias on the live stream said, who forgot to press the unmute button? Do we have audio on the live stream?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, tell me. We are on YouTube, by the way. It's the most exciting YouTube visuals you'll ever see.
It's awesome.
But you do get to see Charity McCurdy. So
that's the key right there.
That's what you tune in for.
You're selling this hard.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Come for the news, stay for the Charity McCurdy, and just put up with shots of me and Mr. T.
Yes.
But double eye candy today. Today is double eye candy Friday.
Excuse me?
Not just Charity McCurdy, but Randy Beamer.
Oh, yes.
Randy Beamer in studio.
Yes,
in the 8 o'clock hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We're very excited.
Yes. I invited him in to have beers with us after the show.
And he declined a beer, didn't he?
Yeah, but I told him we have whiskey, and he's like, okay.
All right, in that case. Because, I mean, when our show ends at 9 a.m., it may be 9 a.m. for you, but it's like 5 p.m. for us.
Yes.
So
at least.
That's what we do.
It really sets the stage for a great nap, let me tell you.
It does,
Yes.
doesn't it? I have to admit, it does a great job.
Yes. All right, well, let's set the stage for the whole show. Let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Highs 102 tomorrow. A few clouds early, then mostly sunny. Highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds. Otherwise, generally sunny. Highs 100. 78 in Alamo Heights. 78 at Woodlawn Lake. And 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13.
Rocket Man, we do playlists on Fridays. This is a very special playlist today. Mr. T, what's going on?
This is a playlist all about space. Songs that deal with space in honor of SpaceX and Boeing getting their launches done this week.
And Charity, we aired it live, the SpaceX liftoff yesterday, and they made a lot of progress yesterday.
They really did. No problems with re-entry. The super heavy booster landed in the Gulf of Mexico, and the Starship itself landed in the Indian Ocean. So first successful flight for SpaceX.
Awesome.
So we are getting closer to putting astronauts on the moon in 2026.
Yeah, it could be
2026, huh?
September 2026 if all continues to go well.
Are you going to go someplace and watch it?
Oh, God, yes.
Okay, then.
God, yeah. I mean, well, and listen, Boca Chica Beach.
I know.
We got to make the holy pilgrimage. And
My mother-in-law lives right down the road from there, so yeah.
No, when we launch, and they're going to do the orbital mission first, and that could be 2025, where they don't land, but they're going to send human beings to orbit the moon. We need to go down and, not just see it, we should report live from Boca Chica Beach.
And the plus side to that is if it's a nice, if it's like before December, as soon as it's over, we could go into South Padre and hang out on the beach all
Just
day.
go to the beach. Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll have our Friday, if it's a Friday launch,
Yeah.
our post-show meeting with beer on the beach.
There you go.
South
I'm
Padre.
in.
I like it.
I'm in.
Very, very good. And I do want to say this. I know we're late for the break, but Charity, happy National Donut Day.
Donuts.
Okay.
That's how we met
National
Officer
Donut
John.
Day.
You can have mine. I can't handle donuts. I can't.
Oh, they go
I
great
love
with
them.
beer.
No drive-ins and no donuts for Charity
Man.
McCurdy.
I sound like such a boring person, don't I?
Well, someday
I'm
we're
not
going to get
saying
you.
a word.
Someday we're going to get you to a drive-in with donuts.
And beer.
Yeah, we're going to bring donuts to the drive-in. We go to New Braunfels. Is it Stars and Stripes drive-in?
Yeah,
in New
Stars and
Braunfels?
Stripes in Braunfels.
We're going to work on that. Also, speaking of South Padre and vacations, coming up, it's June 7th. If you haven't made your vacation plans, we need some help making a
I
vacation.
need some help.
Okay.
Because I want to plan another vacation, but I don't know where to go.
We're going to help you out. Coming right up. WOAI News Time 516.
All right, we're back, people. That was my bad, everybody, at the beginning. I didn't see the light was not,
I have no
the
idea.
button was not pushed. But I can blame EJ since he was late. It was EJ's
way to go,
fault.
EJ.
Yeah, way to go, EJ. Way to mess it up.
EJ just sauntered in here at about 5:15.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. I'm sorry. Heads are going to roll, mister.
Sam Tobias, welcome in.
So,
Rooster,
Chris,
Travis, Jacob. Yeah.
If you're driving naked down Commerce, does that make it every car that you're in a stick shift?
There you go.
Okay.
A stick shift.
I
Yes.
just want to make sure.
Yes, indeed. Not a lot of stick shifts these days.
No, they're hard
Not
to
a lot
find.
of people who know how to drive a stick.
Well, it's interesting you should bring that up because I did when both my daughters are learning how to drive. I made it a point to teach them how to drive a standard.
Good man.
And then they both drive standards. They both know how to change a tire. They both know how to check their oil. They both know how to put gas and put oil in their car if it's short. So yeah,
Very good.
I told them that's the only way you're going to drive. I'm not letting you drive any other way.
Very nice.
I'm kind of an ass like that.
Today is Pat Sajak's final Wheel of Fortune episode.
Go. I'm going to miss him.
Yeah.
Cochino.
I am not going to tune in for Ryan Seacrest.
Not going on no
I'm
cruise.
a little Ryan Seacrest out myself. Randy Beamer in studio with us in the 8 o'clock hour. That'll be tremendous. Randy Beamer on my Mount Rushmore of San Antonio television news anchors. Randy Beamer in the George Washington position. Next to him, Chris Maru. Next to him, Deborah Knapp. And next to her, Henry Guerra. My Mount Rushmore.
Way to go, Tracy.
What did Tracy do?
His daughter is driving his standard pickup when she was 11.
Jesus.
Down the highway.
Wow.
And Travis, man, I luckily did have a car that was standard at the time. So it worked out fine.
My big fear as a kid was when you were on a hill at a red light. Like, I don't want to hit the car behind me.
When I was learning how to drive standard with my dad, he took me at Valley High Drive in 410. There's a hill that goes up like that. And that's where he made me go, one of the first places. And I stalled it out like 3 times and then finally figured out what to do.
Yeah.
But it was very helpful because
I
was rolling backwards and stall it out because, you pop it too fast and stall it. Yeah, I did that a couple times. But I like driving standard. It was fun. Unless you're stuck in traffic, then it sucks.
Yes.
Oh, hell's bells.
Hillcrest at Fredericksburg. Yes. That is a big hill.
Oh, God,
Travis.
Yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Alexander Hamilton. Wow. That's huge, Tracy.
That is amazing. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Is this a space song?
No.
No, okay. More space songs later.
Yeah, see, this is one right before we go to charity.
Yeah.
So,
So we're not going to waste a space song right here.
Well, we're not saying we're wasting it on charity.
No,
But
no. I did
That's
not
what I heard,
imply-
Charity. Is that what you heard?
I did not.
I
did not imply that whatsoever. What I meant, we quickly go to headlines, traffic, and weather. Whereas if you come into a normal segment, we can kind of let the space song kind of
backpedal it.
Keep digging that hole, Chris.
Not true.
I didn't realize you could backpedal
Tough
that fast.
tough crowd. Charity McCurdy, what are you following right now?
26 human smuggling victims were rescued from a scorching hot stash house on the city's far south side. President Biden is meeting with Ukraine's president today in Paris, and the Mavs fell to the Celtics in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Highs forecast 102 tomorrow. A few clouds early, then mostly sunny. Highs 101. Sunday morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny. Highs 100. It is 78 in Monte Vista, 77 in Kirby, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 521.
Let's go space trucking. SpaceX went space trucking yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
Did quite well. We're back to our space playlist.
You'll figure this out.
I've only done this show 2 years now.
Yeah, but you were gone for a while.
That's
so
true. That's right. I'm out of practice.
Yeah, you haven't done a Friday in a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
And it's a Friday with Beamer.
Yes, it is.
Randy Beamer in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Be sure to tune into YouTube. It's a double eye candy Friday. Charity McCurdy and Randy Beamer. And of course, you get to see chopped liver. That would be.
I'm chopped today.
Yeah, and I'm liver.
Okay.
You're chopped. And we're going to form a band, by the way. Our band name is Chopped Liver.
But then we have an alter ego, the CFRs.
Which we can't say on the radio.
Yes, we cannot say it on the radio.
All right. Now I have pretty much burned all of my vacation days. I do have I have one more, like a week of vacation. We do it every year, but I've already asked for it. It's the week after Labor Day.
Right.
My wife and I go to Port Aransas. But other than that, I've burned all my vacation days. You, Mr. T, have vacation days left.
Yes, I do. And I'm looking for a place to go. And with summer being, just around the corner, kids are out of school. I'm thinking our listeners probably have some vacation plans. And I'd love to hear where your vacation plans, where you're going to go.
And it could be like vacation or staycation, right?
I like staycation.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
I did that once. Beth and I went and we got a hotel on the San Antonio Riverwalk.
I like that.
And we just kind of hung out downtown, went to restaurants on the Riverwalk, and it was cool.
I mentioned the Riverwalk. That's what Randy Beamer spent some time there last night
Really?
filming. So he wants to talk about that when he comes in. So that's great that you brought that up.
That'll be very, very cool. All right, Charity, if you were advising Mr. T, Tim Merriman, how on maybe a vacation destination he might not have thought of, what would it be?
I like to keep it simple. If you don't want a long road trip, I would do like New Braunfels.
Ooh, nice.
They have great resorts there.
Yes, they do.
Got a drive-in theater.
Yeah,
could do
Stars
that.
and Stripes.
There's a lot of fun things to do there. Just downtown New Braunfels is gorgeous in
blast.
itself, and
Yes.
great food.
Yes.
So I would start there. But if you want, to take in the beach, go to the Texas coast. I'm all about Padre Island National Seashore. It's a great beach. You pay a fee to get in, but I think it's a clean beach as a result.
See, I like clean beaches.
Yes. And that's where we go every year. In fact, I think we have plans to go this weekend.
Oh, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
So, Charity, we're going to open this up to the people if they've got vacation destination ideas for Mr. T and for all of us. How would people get us that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search the radio station 1200 WOAI, hit that red talkback button, 30 seconds to let us know what your vacation adventure entails.
All right.
I like it.
And we will play those on the air, and you may alter the destiny of Mr. T's vacation.
Ooh, I like that.
It could happen.
I like that.
Coming up, Charity has everything you need to know on this Friday, June 7th at the bottom of the hour. And then the NBA Finals took place last night, and the Women's College World Series of Softball, which isn't the official title, but
it is now.
It is now. Yeah. Charlie Parker would correct me on that. I'm just saying. Charlie, if you're listening, sorry, man. I'll get it right. It's Friday. It's early.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sleep deprived. Come on now. The Fox Business Report is coming right up. WOAI News Time, 5:25.
Okay.
All right.
We're good. That was funny.
Yeah, I was waiting for a reaction from you. And
I
didn't
was
get
just
one.
like, okay.
I'll let that hang there. All right. So,
All right, Travis, what did your wife do? Okay. Oh, I like the Riverwalk staycation, man. That's not a bad idea because that's where I met my wife was on the Riverwalk. So that'd be a good way to go back and rekindle.
Yes.
I like it. Good morning, Tommy. Good morning, Sam. Yeah, that's exactly right, Sam. 2 faces made for TV and 2 for radio. You're right.
Chopped liver. That's our band.
Yes, we look good in red. So do you, Rooster.
And I haven't yet mentioned on the air. I need to do that. It's a Red Friday.
Yeah, way to go, Chris.
I know, I suck.
Where you been, man?
I suck.
Coming right up, you're going to be looking at Charity McCurdy, everybody.
That's right, Charity McCurdy.
Charity McCurdy coming
with all
right
the
up.
big news headlines.
Good morning, everybody.
At the bottom of the hour.
It's time for me to puke on the microphone.
I'm Sonny Melendrez from Magic 105.3.
Sonny Melendrez.
Now, San Antonio radio Mount Rushmore. Sonny Melendrez has to be on that Mount Rushmore. We're going to be honest.
Why?
Because he's
Why?
He is the first and only radio personality in San Antonio to get a $1 million contract. James Myers was the attorney who brokered that deal with Magic.
So that's who we blame.
Yes. You don't see chopped liver getting that kind of
no.
They call it sunny money.
Yeah.
We don't make no sunny money on this show. All right. So Sonny Melendrez, of course, Charlie Parker, the legend.
Lyle and Han. Can they just be
four.
one? No, can they just be one?
Not Winston.
2 heads?
Winston and Alice?
No.
Come on.
No.
No. I mean, you've only got 4 slots.
Okay, then I don't know what to do there.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess Sonny gets bumped.
Sonny's in the.
Sonny gets bumped.
Sonny's in the
Sonny
George
bumped.
Washington position.
Sonny's bumped.
Yeah.
We're bumping Sonny. Galen Jackson. Wow. Or
Gylan Jackson.
Gylan,
All right,
sorry.
Gylan's a good friend of mine. Hello, Gylan. Gylan has multiple times filled in for me on Ticket 760.
Oh, okay.
And we kind of discovered him. He was a great caller to Spurs React.
Yeah.
And we said, dude, Gylan Jackson, we need you on Spurs. So he came into the studio a lot.
Well, that's
for
the way to
Spurs
find
React.
people. That's the way I
Yeah.
like to find people. Oh, Rooster's making fun of you using a straw.
Hey, man, it's easier to use a freaking straw in the morning than
you weren't here for his talk back. We were talking about, I forget what we were talking about, but he says, and I don't use straws because I don't suck.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
Rooster.
soft drinks. Because Dr. Pepper became number 2, overtook Pepsi.
I don't drink soft drink.
Well, and we were talking, so we went to the people about, if you're going to drink a soda, what's your soda of choice? Which came into a whole nother thing about how down here in Texas, everything is a Coke. What kind of Coke do you want?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, that was the whole thing.
Well, and when I was a kid, I'd go back to East Chicago, Indiana, and it was pop.
Yeah. See,
you want a pop?
See,
you want some pop?
What's a pop?
Pop.
Man, what's a pop? Yeah, I never understood that. What's a pop? And I told a story about being in Kentucky, visiting my sister, and asked for a Big Red at a restaurant. The guy said, "You want gum?" And I went, "No, the soda." He didn't, no idea what I was talking about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, Gylan is also a podcast. He built a podcast studio.
Oh, cool.
That is state of the art, and he produces a lot of really, really good podcasts.
Aaron says no worries, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hector Gomez, welcome in. And again, Hector, I said this to you the other day, but to reiterate, thank you for coming out to my mom's visitation along with Mr. T, Tim Merriman, his wife, Cindy, Charity McCurdy, and others. That was very cool of you, sir. Thank you very much. Charity McCurdy, moments away.
Just moments.
You won't have to look at chopped liver for about 6 minutes. You're going to get some eye candy. Guyland, stick around for the eye candy. Come for the chopped liver, but stay for the eye candy.
Oh, God. That's hilarious. We're funny.
I'm going to have to stretch.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Charity to come on.
Yeah. By the way, we wear red on Friday to
remember everyone deployed until they all come home.
Until they all come home.
Why don't you join us, please?
Heat index will be 103 today at 5:30 p.m.
No, that's all.
I'm going to the pool today.
Okay, this
man.
is bumming me out, man. Where's our girl?
I know. Yeah, exactly.
Man, I don't need Paul Morales.
Paul Morales, who I once angered.
Did you really?
I told you the story in an HEB.
Oh yeah,
checkout line. I was just playing around, and he was in a, and he was in like a 15 items or less.
Oh, and he had too many items.
No, he didn't.
Oh.
But I was just I recognized him, and I had been on the show. I've been on Great Day a number of times. So I go, sir, I'm sorry, you have more than 15 items. And he turned around like he gave me like the Charity McCurdy death look. He wanted to. Yeah, I mean,
speaking of Charity, here she comes right now.
Yes.
.532 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, dozens of migrants rescued in a human smuggling bust. President Biden says no pardon for his son Hunter, and CPS Energy says it is prepared for the hot summer. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: sunshine, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 78 degrees. And we are following a breaking news story from yesterday. Local deputies intercepted a large human smuggling operation on the county's far south side. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 26 smuggling victims were recovered after being transported in a false compartment under a long gooseneck trailer towed by a truck.
Exposed to the elements, basically laying on really hard mesh, and while they were transported here from the border. They reported being in that compartment for upwards of about 3 hours.
Securing the vehicle at a residence where bulletproof vests and rifles were found.
Clearly cartel related.
Noting 11 were taken to hospitals for heat-related and other minor injuries, and 7 people were arrested. Adding one woman from Guatemala paid about $16,000 to be smuggled in, but officials do not yet know the countries of origin of the other victims. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today in Delaware. The fourth day of the trial saw the widow of Hunter's late brother, Beau, take the stand. Hallie Biden dated Hunter when he purchased the firearm and testified about how she tossed the gun into a dumpster outside a grocery store in Wilmington. Hunter is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. In an interview with ABC News, President Biden said he would not pardon his son if convicted. Well, former President Trump made a campaign stop in Arizona yesterday. Here's Fox's Chanley Painter with more on Decision 2024.
It was Trump's first campaign stop since being convicted by a Manhattan jury and his first appearance in the battleground state in nearly 2 years.
Let me tell you, if we could have honest elections in this country, I would have stopped campaigning 2 weeks ago.
According to the latest Fox News polls, the swing state of Arizona would go to the former president. Trump leads President Biden by 5 percentage points among registered voters, where Trump's border state visit comes on the heels of Biden's executive order on immigration.
A federal judge is ordering former Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison on July 1st to begin a 4-month prison sentence. A jury found Bannon guilty of 2 counts of contempt of Congress in 2022 after he refused to comply with a subpoena from the House panel investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Texas Democrats are rallying in El Paso for their annual convention.
Democrats are trying to strike a contrast to what the state saw when Republicans rallied in San Antonio. Party chairman Gilbert Hinojosa points to a plank in the GOP platform that says abortion is not health care, it is homicide.
And recommended using the death penalty to punish women across our state for receiving life-saving health care.
Access to a doctor has been a key talking point at the Democratic Convention, which wraps up this weekend. It comes less than a week after the Texas Supreme Court unanimously rejected a challenge to the state's near-total abortion ban. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Brandon Herrera says he'll ask for a recount in his Republican primary runoff against incumbent U.S. Rep. Tony Gonzalez. Herrera is a YouTuber and Second Amendment champion who lost last month's runoff by 407 votes. He says he'll request recounts in Bexar, El Paso, Medina, and Uvalde counties since his margin of defeat was about 1.4 percentage points. Well, CPS officials say they are ready for the hot summer months ahead. The San Antonio utility held a news conference yesterday to discuss their plans and how they will be ready for peak usage during the summer.
From our standpoint, for the assets that we're responsible for the systems that we maintain, we've done everything that we need to do to be ready for the hot summer season ahead.
CPS Energy President and CEO Rudy Garza says the company plans to utilize its internal meteorologists to help strategize their approach to energy management throughout the summer. It is 5:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. We say good Friday morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, a space playlist Friday in honor of SpaceX, their successful fourth Starship launch yesterday. San Antonio's first news is also a Red Friday. We are wearing red, Charity McCurdy. For what reason and how often do we do it?
Every Friday to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. We are Military City USA, an official San Antonio designation. So we're represented.
And I was just scrolling through Facebook.
Yes.
Charity McCurdy posted a very cool photo of the red T-shirt that you are wearing today for Red Friday.
Yes, my grunt style
Nice.
Red Friday shirt.
I like that one, by the way. 'Cause they're
thank
so
you.
soft, aren't they?
I love the material. And
Yes.
it really makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. And don't forget, we're just, it's a tease. I'm a tease.
Yeah, you are.
I know. Randy Beamer in the 8 o'clock hour. So I'm just saying, I mean, you want to be here for that. You want to be watching the YouTube stream for Randy Beamer.
Yes.
I'm just saying. All right. Last night, at least give me a good NBA Finals series between the Celtics and the Mavericks. It was a blowout. Celtics beat the Mavericks 107-89. Kristaps Porzingis, back from injury, a former Dallas Maverick, exacting some revenge on the Mavericks as he gets 20 points, a plus 13 in the plus minus, 6 rebounds. And he was a big part of that Celtics win last night.
Are you counting out Dallas yet? I think they're going to find their footing. The Boston crowd is hard to deal with. I'm, not giving up hope quite yet.
You win game 2, Mr. T, and you steal home court advantage back. So
yes.
Game 2 will be critical for the Mavericks.
Yes, and they the Mavericks have to show up and shoot better. But look, I started watching this in the first quarter, and by the start of the second quarter, it was such a blowout. I said, you know what? I'm done with this. I don't want to watch a blowout. I hate blowouts. But man, Porzingis, 18 points in the first half.
Oh,
yeah, first 13 minutes.
Yeah, he was just unbelievable.
Defense from the Celtics.
Yes.
I mean, that's what the Mavs are going to have to overcome.
Yes.
And you look at the Celtics' overall record, they had the best record in the NBA. They won 64 games in the regular season. They were 64-18. Mavericks were 50-32. So you're one of these teams, a 14-game better than the other one, at least in the regular season.
But Dallas at the end of the year was playing a lot better than they were in the first half of the season. That's why their record was like it was. But yeah, they were playing a lot better.
Yeah. So Charity, you're not giving up. And I'm with you. I'm kind of pulling for the Mavericks by default. I'm tired of the Celtics. I know they have Derek White, a former Spur, but all of the years of Celtics championships, Bill Russell, Larry Bird, all of that. And I don't like Boston sports fans. They're a little obnoxious and sometimes, racist. I've seen them do some horrible things at Red Sox games to some opposing players. So, I just don't like Boston fans.
All right. Well, the Mavs have their work cut out for them. Game 2, Sunday in Boston.
Yeah, but which, by the way, why Sunday? I mean, you start on a Thursday and we got to wait all the way until Sunday for Game 2?
Give me a Saturday night game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
It is very weird.
2 off days before the Sunday game. All right, coming up, we will go back in time with Flashback. We'll try to figure out what year we are landing with. And we're asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Summertime is here. It's the 7th of June. You got any vacation ideas for Mr. T? We'll play those on the air coming up as well. WOAI News Time, 5:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
And we're back. Well, hello, everybody.
Yeah, I just angered a bunch of Boston sports fans by calling them racist.
That's all right.
They are. Yeah, racist rat bastards.
All right. Thank you, Rooster.
What did Rooster say?
We were talking about sodas the other day, and I mentioned that when I was a kid, I loved Mr. Pibb, but you can't find it anymore.
Mr. Pibb, that goes back, yeah.
Yeah, but and the only place I know where to get it is at a theater. And, I don't remember last time I've been in a theater.
Wow. Mr. Pibb since the 70s.
That's what I'm saying, man. I always liked him when I was a kid.
Frederick Hall, welcome in.
He's LOLing. I wish he would just laugh out loud.
Just laugh out loud.
Yeah, just laugh out loud, Frederick. This acronym stuff, man. Come on.
Good morning, Frederick.
Good morning. Good morning. So what I wanted to do was I have this list of the things that instantly make you smile.
Okay.
Like vacations, #1.
Yes.
Which instantly makes me smile because I know I don't have to get up at 2:00 in the morning.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's what makes me smile. You know, I won't say this on the air, but all right,
Very
we're back.
nice.
We're back. Yeah, I was happy about that.
Jay Kemp, welcome in.
Jay Kemp P.
Jay Kemp P.
Jay Kemp P. Hey, look, it's Tim Disick. All the way from the Philippines.
Very nice.
There's a thriller in Manila. Aye. Good morning. Man, Tracy Bogart likes the Boston Red Sox. Why, Tracy?
Tracy.
Why?
Come on, man.
Why?
Exactly. You're from, see, Tracy, what is your connection to Boston?
Like
You're from
Boston
Texas.
cream pie? Is that
And
what it
Tracy, you have told us you're like a 17th generation Texan, something like that.
Boy, you're letting your generations down. I'll tell
It's
you
like,
that right now.
you know what I hated? When I was going to Holmes High School.
What happened, Tim?
Uh-oh. Sorry, Tim.
When you were going to Holmes High
Going
School?
to Holmes High School. Kids in the hallway with Pittsburgh Steelers t-shirts. And I'm like, dude, because they were beating the Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
I remember.
Dude.
I remember.
Why Pittsburgh? I just like them. Have you ever been to Pittsburgh? No. Do you have any relatives? No.
Get out.
I just, you bandwagon scumbags.
The next song on the playlist, everybody, will be Man on the Moon by R.E.M.
Wait.
What?
Sam Tobias, are the Brahmas in the conference championship
I believe
game?
so.
I didn't realize because I know they lost.
Yeah, but they still had a better record. I think they are. I don't know because I haven't paid that close attention to the Brahmas.
Sam, I will try to
stand by.
Yeah. It is time to hop in the DeLorean, activate the flux capacitor, and accelerate to 88 miles an hour. We are going back in time, but what year will we land in? Let's find out. Let's play flashback.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man.
Man.
Love that guy. Now, Charity, I know you are a huge Imagine Dragons fan, so this should be right in your wheelhouse.
I like a couple of their songs. It's Anthony Bourdain from me, 2018.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that was one of that really
Sad.
bummed me out. Let's find out.
Yes.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Finally, we won one this week.
Yeah, we were on a losing streak,
Yes,
so
we
good.
are.
Good to end that on a Friday. Charity, what else are you following?
7 suspects are in custody after deputies busted a human smuggling operation in far South Bexar County. Heat exhaustion is to blame for 11 people being taken to the hospital after waiting for a Trump campaign event in Phoenix. And the final Wheel of Fortune episode, hosted by Pat Sajak, is set to air today. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Highs forecast 102. Tomorrow, a few clouds early, then mostly sunny. Highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds. Otherwise, generally sunny. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 78 at City Base, 78 in Hollywood Park, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52.
Man on the moon, a woman on the moon. There'll be people of color on the moon if NASA and Artemis and SpaceX do what they are planning to do, hopefully as early as 2026. It is a space playlist Friday. It is a red Friday as we wear red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. And it is also National Donut Day.
Donuts.
Now, it seems like every morning we learn something new about Charity McCurdy. Yesterday's tidbit was that Charity has never been to a drive-in, but even bigger than that, she has no desire to ever go to a drive-in. And then this morning, Charity, about 40 minutes ago, you tell us you don't want any donuts on National Donut Day. You don't like donuts.
I didn't say I didn't like donuts. I can't. It's just too much sugar. And I was craving donuts, especially when I was pregnant the second time. And I'm still working to get all that, weight off. So, donuts don't exactly help that. They don't help your waistline. So I'm very conscientious about stuff like that. But I do love when it's like a cheap meal, like a good Boston cream-filled, chocolate-covered donut.
Oh, yes.
So every once in a while.
I like donuts.
Yes. Now, Mr. T, if anybody's listening right now and they want a free donut today on National Donut Day, how would they acquire one?
Just go to Krispy Kreme. Walk in, they'll hand you a donut.
Free of charge.
Nothing. You don't have to buy anything.
I don't have to buy a cup of coffee.
You don't have to wear a donut costume. You just walk in and they'll hand you a donut. Oh, and if you like a deal on donuts at Krispy Kreme, you buy 1 dozen at regular price, get the next dozen of glaze for $2.
Wow.
And Dunkin' has
That's a lot of donuts.
I know. Dunkin' has a free donut today, but you got to buy something, a beverage, coffee or something, and you'll get a free donut. So that's not really a free donut.
No, it's not. And first of all, I like Dunkin' because of the name Dunkin' in San Antonio.
Tim Dunkin' Donuts.
I think Tim Dunkin' should somehow be involved with that company. He should be their front man for Dunkin' Donuts. I'm just saying. But I mean, come on, it's National Donut Day. You are Dunkin' Donuts. Follow the lead of Krispy Kreme and give me a donut for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So how often do you guys consume donuts?
Whenever somebody brings them up here.
I actually, and as you know, Charity, something about radio stations, people bring donuts.
Yes.
And Officer John has done that a lot.
That's how we met Officer John, was on National Donut Day when we were at the other building many, many years ago. He shows up, and of course, Nora lets him upstairs because he's wearing a policeman uniform. So he came up and brought us donuts, and then he kept coming back every National Donut Day and bring us donuts.
I'm sure she checked his credentials and called to make sure he was legit. You can't just show up here in a police uniform and
Oh,
be
no, yeah,
let
that's
in.
all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Yeah, really. No,
Well, no, but if you come with either donuts or tacos,
yeah, that's it.
you tend to be let in the door.
You don't have to wear a cop uniform. We'll let you in. Come on.
Good to
Back
know.
to
Good to
Charity's
know.
question. I don't think I've purchased a donut in 10 years. However, working in radio, so often donuts show up here. People send donuts. People drop them off. You'll see them in the break room.
And they just land in your mouth.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
All right,
it's
got some
hard. It's
donuts.
hard to say no when
Yes.
you're walking by and they're going, "Hey, you want one of me, don't you?"
Well, and see,
Yeah.
I think it would be un-American to say no to a donut. You had a statistic on the Americans who don't like donuts.
4% of Americans don't like donuts, and I
4%.
consider that not American.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
They need to be investigated and perhaps imprisoned
Yes.
for not liking donuts.
Yes, or force-fed donuts, maybe.
Or force-fed
Yeah,
donuts.
there we
or
go.
Sent to re-education camp. Sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts.
But you'll have to buy a coffee.
Yeah,
to
you'd
get
have to.
in,
Yeah,
yes.
so it costs you some money to go to that re-education camp. All right, Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Lots more coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, including Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days and Jenny James from Q1019 with the Weekend Entertainment Report. That's all coming your way. WOAI News Time, 5:57.
Okay.
Woohoo!
We got a couple minutes before we turn it over to Charity and let
Yeah,
everybody watch her.
yeah, Tim, I saw what you were saying, man.
I didn't say anything.
No, Tim on the chat.
Okay, sorry.
I'm so sorry about
What's going on?
the 7-year-old little girl who passed away.
Oh no.
Yeah, somebody.
Oh no. Oh, that's horrible, man.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Wow.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that blows, dude.
So what are we doing at SpaceX at 6? I like that.
Yeah.
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 That's in the news, and we'll talk about what's next.
Oh, there you go. Tim wants a Bavarian cream donut if we're ordering them. Well, we just take whatever the cop brings us because you know what they say? Cops have the best donuts, man.
So
And it's true.
Are you expecting Officer John to come in today?
You know,
You've just put the word out.
he surprises me a lot. So, yeah, I think he might. Now that he's working out here, you know, he's not too far from us in Bulverde.
Yeah.
He might pop in. That's how we met him, though.
Cool.
Yeah, he was. And he brought those croissant donuts from HEB, which I just say it might as well just call it crack because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It makes your knees weak, man.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
1 hour down.
One down, three
to go, and the 8 o'clock hour will be gravy because
Yes.
it'll be Randy Beamer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
The Beaminator.
The Beaminator, Baron von Beemenstein.
Oh, that's a good one.
Something
Chris.
like that.
Baron von Beemenstein.
Croissant donuts at HEB. Oh my God, those are so great.
They
says
are, but
Travis.
it's like crack, Travis. I'm telling you, man.
You should snort them. You should
No,
chop
you
them
want
up
to
and
enjoy them.
snort them.
You want to enjoy them. Yeah, I haven't seen them in a while either, Travis. You know, I'm glad you brought that up because I have looked at HEB and I have not seen them.
I wonder if Hunter Biden would.
Yeah, you know what? That's
enjoy
what it
the,
was. He took them all.
Crack
He took the crack donuts.
crack croissant donuts.
The crack
at
nuts, as we like to call them. Yes,
That's right. Tracy Bogart. I said Hunter Biden.
he did. I heard him.
He's in the news.
He's in the
What,
nude.
what do you have
No,
to
those are
say?
his pictures when he's in
Tracy
the nude.
Bogart, what do you have to say for Hunter Biden, your hero? Come on. Having sex with his dead brother's widow.
That is
Jesus.
so wrong, dude.
Wow.
If you're going to do that, don't let people know.
And don't get her hooked on crack.
See, I disagree with that, man.
Uh-oh.
You can't.
You want to get a widow of your brother hooked on crack?
Okay, but you can't.
While you're having sex with her?
He did not hook her on crack. He did not put a gun to her head and say, "You got to smoke this." He just offered it to her. She said yes. It was her choice.
Okay.
It was her choice.
Now, Rick James did put a gun to a woman's
Well,
head
that's
once
different, though.
and burned her with a
by the
crack
way, here's
pipe.
Charity McCurdy, everybody.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, a human smuggling operation uncovered in South Bexar County. Trump hits the campaign trail, and a warning about drowning deaths. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: sunshine, hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. An update to a breaking news story. 7 suspected human smugglers are behind bars after over 24 migrants were rescued from a hot stash house with no AC on the far south side.
This is the fault of the bloodthirsty organizations that are bringing these people across and putting them in harm's way.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 11 of the 26 migrants pulled from the house near Loop 1604 in Applewhite were hospitalized for heat exhaustion. Salazar says they were smuggled from Laredo in a secret compartment of a trailer for over 3 hours with no water.
Underneath is a large false compartment that these people were just laying down in there, exposed to the elements.
One Guatemalan woman reportedly paid $16,000 to come to Texas. The home reportedly has been used for cockfighting. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, prosecutors are close to wrapping up their case in the Hunter Biden gun possession trial in Delaware. Here's more from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Prosecuting attorneys have indicated they only have a couple more witnesses before resting their case against Hunter Biden. Their witnesses Thursday delved into the gun briefly possessed by the defendant from the purchase to its disposal and discovery in a store trash can. Defense attorney Abby Lowell said by Monday his case could be complete. But the most significant news about this trial may have happened in Normandy, France, where President Biden said in an interview he would accept the outcome of the trial and would not pardon his son should he be found guilty. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, former President Trump was back on the road speaking at a Turning Point Action Town Hall in Arizona. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Returning to the campaign trail following his New York conviction for falsifying business records, former President Trump tells a Phoenix crowd,
Vote for Trump.
reiterating he believes his legal troubles are because he's running again.
I got indicted 4 times.
Saying if elected in 2024, he'll rescind President Biden's recent executive order that puts a cap on asylum seekers and vowing to cut back on crime.
We have to back our police. We have to back law enforcement. We have to give them back their respect.
Commenting on questions from supporters.
Everything was about the border and about inflation and the economy.
The former president noting these are key issues. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And heat exhaustion's to blame for 11 people being transported to the hospital while waiting in line for that campaign event in Phoenix. Temperatures reached over 110 degrees in the city yesterday, with videos on social media showing people being carted out on a stretcher. Well, Texas Democrats are accusing the state's Republican Party of pressing an extreme agenda that they fear could open the door to capital punishment for abortion patients.
There are a group of extremists hell-bent on stripping away women's rights, and all of their talk of being the party of freedom is hogwash.
Gilbert Hinojosa, who heads the Texas Democratic Party, points to a plank in the GOP's platform that clearly states abortion is not health care, it is homicide. Access to a doctor has been a key talking point at the Democratic Convention, which is now underway in El Paso. It comes less than a week after the Texas Supreme Court unanimously rejected a challenge to the state's near-total ban on abortion. Well, as summer weather begins, a warning to parents amid an increase in drowning deaths across the country.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that after decades of decreasing, drowning deaths have increased dramatically since 2019, with an average of 4,000 drowning deaths per year in the U.S. The most susceptible, children.
Just want to make sure that all of our kids have that opportunity to get the swim lessons and learn how to swim so that they know how to take care of themselves in the water.
Minnesota State Senator Mike Goggin pushing for a grant program to teach water safety in the land of 10,000 lakes, where drownings are also on the rise. Safety experts are calling for an increased focus on water safety throughout the summer. Parents and guardians are also advised to never leave a child unattended in or near water. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Well, the Boston Celtics took game one of the NBA Finals versus the Dallas Mavs on the ABC last night. Eastern Conference Finals MVP Jaylen Brown led the Celtics in scoring, dropping 22 points to add to the victory.
Brown goes inside. Oh, what a slam from Jaylen Brown.
A dominant 107-89 win gives Boston an early 1-0 lead in the series. Game 2 is Sunday in Boston. It is 6:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Red Friday. We are all wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days at 6:48. 8 o'clock hour, Randy Beamer in studio. And yesterday, it was a giant leap for SpaceX and their Starship, which had a very, very successful fourth test launch of the vehicle and the big booster. And we'll talk about that and what's next for SpaceX, for Artemis, for NASA, and for the plans to return to the moon. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Forecast highs 102 tomorrow. A few clouds early, then mostly sunny, highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny, highs 100. It is 78 in Terrell Hill, 78 in Chavano Park, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:10. He'd like to come and meet us, but
loves me some David Bowie. Just putting that out there. It is a space playlist Friday in honor of SpaceX and their fourth test of their Starship. And it's, we brought it live, Charity. We had the launch live. We were watching it. The video was magnificent of the booster, the separation, of course, the booster landing in the Gulf of Mexico, the Starship itself going into Earth orbit and landing in the Indian Ocean. And, after seeing a couple of those tests explode and go, seemingly to us, to us those of us who grew up watching NASA launches, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, it looked very, very bad, but that's kind of what SpaceX does. They would rather have systems fail early and reverse engineer what went wrong to actually launch than to test these launch vehicles on the ground.
Yeah, it was, all indications are that it was a complete success. It was just insane to see the whole building go insane at the Starbase on Boca Chica Beach. All those SpaceX employees were just so elated by this epic achievement. And this is the fourth test flight, and there are more test flights ahead before that landmark mission to send astronauts to the moon in 2026. September is likely the month of 2026. But huge achievement. And luckily, Elon Musk didn't lose another $10 billion as a result of yesterday's test flight.
Here's what I find fascinating. That booster that landed in the Gulf of Mexico, they eventually want to catch that part with two giant metal arms. And Elon Musk says they might try it next time. That would be something to see.
Would be so incredible. And I love, I'm going to be 64 later this year. I grew up watching Gemini launches, Apollo launches. I was just short of my 9th birthday when I watched Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walking on the moon. And as we all know, after Apollo 17 in 1972, we stopped going to the moon. Charity, it's so exciting to just witness each step of the way. And here we are, as you mentioned, September 2026, if all goes well, if they stay on track, human beings can be setting foot back on the moon. And after all this time.
I just love the emotion it generates. We've covered several of these over the past few months, and every time, the heart starts pounding, and just to be able to see the footage, all the different camera angles of the launch. I feel so lucky to be living at a time where we have this kind of technology to view it.
Yeah, technology is wonderful. And look, let's not forget Boeing. Their Starliner ship actually docked with the space station yesterday. Bad thing is 5 of its 28 thrusters malfunctioned, but at least the door didn't fall off.
It was those helium leaks too that were a big concern,
too,
but luckily they're saying the crew is safe. But that's always concerning when you hear anything about a leak on a spacecraft.
Yeah, thank God the crew is safe. And man, Boeing, and I know it's completely different, structures and crafts, and this is a spacecraft, whereas the others were, 737s.
Right.
But from a PR department, Boeing's been taking so many hits, and rightfully so.
Yes, they have.
You can't have doors blowing out in mid-flight. But again, and I think we brought this up maybe yesterday, the fact that there's not been loss of life on a Boeing aircraft lately.
Thank God.
That's very, very good news.
Most definitely.
All right, coming up in South Bexar County, they bust a human smuggling ring. Charity's been reporting on this all morning long. 26 people in awful conditions. They have been freed from the smuggling ring, and we'll tell you what we know about that and more coming right up. WOAI News Time, 6:15.
All right, we're back.
Who knew?
I didn't. Never like that for me.
Sleepy, welcome in. Tracy Bogert, what is up? Tim.
What?
See you later. If you haven't, Tim may have already left. That was a number of texts ago.
Yeah, take care, Tim. Well, I don't know. Is it feasible for 1 billion people to live on the moon? That's
would be tough.
Yeah, that's tough. Maybe 500 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not go crazy. Would you believe they put a man on the moon? Oh, hey, Stones are next.
What are they singing?
2,000 light years from home.
Nice. I got to pull that playlist in front of me here.
You know what? I didn't print it.
Oh, okay.
My bad. I
No
did
big
not.
deal.
I forgot all about it.
Yeah, no big deal.
I'll tell you what they are coming up.
All right.
I have it open.
All right.
Next one is 2,000 light years from home. Rolling Stones.
Cool.
Yeah, Moon Age Daydream, another one of my favorite.
Yeah.
David Bowie. I love that album, man. That album is so good. So good. Oh, you see, we don't have a Decker till 7:50.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason.
Thank you, Mariah.
Some reason I don't know why, but
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, that's overachieving, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a little much.
Yeah, show off. A lot of women, though.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Look at that. Ah. God, look at this. God. Hello. Carly. Look at that.
Jesus.
It's awful, man. But doom. Yeah, I told you last Friday we had Mother Nature's playlist, and boy, it was a good one.
Cool.
It was really good. Ow. Ow. Oh, you got a game tomorrow, don't you? What time? The evening?
It's they tend to be about 6:30, but I've got to be there. Yeah, I got to be there by 5:30. And
damn, dude.
Uh-huh.
Wow. I have to go on the road trip soon, right?
Yeah.
they're on a homestand right now.
They're not winning, so there
okay,
probably
so there's
won't be
hardly
playoff
anybody
games.
there, right?
Yeah.
Although, what's the crowd usually like?
They have decent crowds.
I mean,
they have some
entertaining.
hardcore. Yeah.
It's entertaining.
Yeah, it is.
Good if you got kids. I mean, not that expensive.
True. On the couch.
I know. Look at those legs. God, man.
.605 is the kickoff, according to
okay.
them.
Yeah, they're in the conference championship against the Battlehawks.
I did not know that.
Sunday, June 9th, this Sunday.
Is that here?
Yeah.
Really?
No,
I thought
St. Louis. St. Louis.
I thought St. Louis had a better record. So
yeah,
that
it's
makes
St.
more
Louis.
Road trip?
Oh, you make me laugh.
Yeah. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. And Charity, it is not only National Donut Day, it is also National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. Why do they put that on National Donut Day? Shouldn't that have its own standalone day?
I would
Chocolate ice
think.
cream?
No,
Yeah.
they go great together.
One will cool you down. I think I'm
Yeah.
going to go with the ice cream.
I like me some ice cream. It is also, by the way, National VCR Day.
What?
VCR.
What's a VCR, Chris?
Kids, we used to have these little VHS tapes that we would record programming on a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
Before the DVR.
Yeah.
Video cassette recorder is what VCR stands for,
Very
by the
nice.
way.
Very
In
good.
case you forgot.
Thank you, Charity.
And I still have like a closet full of VHS tapes. I used to video everything.
I have a bunch.
And I
too,
got to digitize them someday. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
7 arrests have been made after dozens of migrants were found in a Southside stash house. President Biden is meeting with Ukraine's Zelensky as the country pushes for more help in its war with Russia. And a lawsuit has been filed over plans to demolish the site of the Sutherland Springs church shooting. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies and hot today. Forecast highs 102 tomorrow. A few clouds early, mostly sunny. Highs 101. Sunday, a few clouds in the morning, and otherwise generally sunny. Highs at right around 100 degrees. It is 78 in City Base, 75 in Kirby, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:22.
A space playlist Friday as we honor SpaceX for their successful launch, their fourth Starship test launch yesterday. Things went very, very, very well. Meanwhile, in South Bexar County yesterday, a human smuggling operation is busted. 26 migrants were rescued. It was stifling heat, triple-digit heat index yesterday, Charity. And Bexar County officials and Sheriff Javier Salazar says the 26 victims were found. 7 were taken into custody. The youngest victim, about 18 years old, and they were in a what is described as a stifling hot wooden structure in the area of Loop 1604 and Oak Island Drive.
Yeah, no AC, no running water in the shack. The windows were open. They had buckets that people were utilizing as a toilet, but just deadly conditions. And there are reports that one woman who was rescued admitted to authorities that she paid $16,000 to get into Texas from Guatemala. And a lot of these so-called coyotes among the 7 arrested were trying to pass them off themselves as victims. But among the things that were found were bulletproof vests and rifles at the scene.
Yeah, and I believe there was also a place where they did cockfighting as well. They think that they might have done some cockfighting there. I'm sure there was evidence of that. The good news, no loss of life for the migrants that were there. That's the only good news.
Yeah, we've seen some horrible outcomes previously involving migrants and human smuggling. So, Charity, I wonder what the plan was here. So they're in this shack. It's triple-digit heat index. It's horribly and it's unhealthy how uncomfortable it is. Were they then going to go to some other location? Were they going to set them free? What? And you know, the one woman paying $16,000 to come from Guatemala. That's a lot of money if you're just trying to get across the border and get into El Norte.
Yeah, and it just goes to show what they're willing to go through just to get to the United States. We understand they were transported in a false compartment under a flatbed trailer. They were lying on a metal grate just a few feet above the road for about 3 hours. And who knows what these coyotes were telling them, what was going to happen. Someone's going to come pick you up. They could have been probably, human trafficking. They could have ended up in that situation as well, because they're often, lied to because they just want their money. I mean, they paid a lot, $16,000.
And that trailer, according to the sheriff, you could stand right up next to it and not know that there was 26 people right there. You would not know it.
Wow. That's kudos to Bexar County Sheriff's deputies for busting that human smuggling ring and hopefully perhaps saving the lives of some, if not all, of those 26 people who were there in that hot shack. Coming up, Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. 6:40, we'll talk about the latest in the Hunter Biden gun trial. And then Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Lots coming at you. WOAI News Time, 6:26.
All right. We're back.
Thank you, Tracy Bogert. Tracy, we have to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Would you believe?
Oh, 6:27. I got to stretch.
I was going to wait for Charity to hit the news and then we go for a walk. Oh. Would you believe?
Tracy, Tim, Sleepy, welcoming everybody on the live stream. Charity's got the news coming at you here in about 2 minutes.
Would you believe? Oh, by the way, you've got an Ewald.
Okay. There's a new one in there.
Yep, that's all you got. Just one Ewald today.
Okay.
That'd be anything. Anything. Would you believe? Oh, Jenny.
Oh, that's right. That's coming up here at the top.
And it's 1:24.
Wow.
Okay. We're going to be a little late. That's all right.
So when should I get out?
If you can get out at 58:30, we'll be perfect.
Okay.
Instead of 58:50. My bad. I didn't know it was 1:24.
58:30. All right.
And zero talkbacks, man. So. Oh. All right, Charity McCurdy's got the news coming up in 30 seconds, people. 30 seconds.
Enjoy.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, dozens of migrants rescued in a human smuggling bust. President Biden meets with Ukraine's Zelensky, and CPS Energy says it's ready for the hot summer. More ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: sunshine, hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, it's 77 degrees. And we continue to follow a breaking news story. Local deputies intercepted a large human smuggling operation on the county's far south side. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 26 smuggling victims were recovered after being transported in a false compartment under a long gooseneck trailer towed by a truck.
Exposed to the elements, basically laying on really hard mesh, and while they were transported here from the border. They reported being in that compartment for upwards of about 3 hours.
Securing the vehicle at a residence where bulletproof vests and rifles were found.
Clearly cartel related.
Noting 11 were taken to hospitals for heat-related and other minor injuries, and 7 people were arrested. Adding one woman from Guatemala paid about $16,000 to be smuggled in, but officials do not yet know the countries of origin of the other victims. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today in Delaware. The fourth day of the trial saw the widow of Hunter's late brother, Bo, take the stand. Hallie Biden dated Hunter when he purchased the firearm and testified about how she tossed the gun into a dumpster outside a grocery store in Wilmington. Hunter's accused of illegally buying and possessing the gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. In an interview with ABC News, President Biden said he would not pardon Hunter if he's convicted. Well, former President Trump made a campaign stop in Arizona yesterday. Fox's Chanley Painter has more on Decision 2024.
It was Trump's first campaign stop since being convicted by a Manhattan jury and his first appearance in the battleground state in nearly 2 years.
Let me tell you, if we could have honest elections in this country, I would have stopped campaigning 2 weeks ago.
According to the latest Fox News polls, the swing state of Arizona would go to the former president. Trump leads President Biden by 5 percentage points among registered voters, where Trump's border state visit comes on the heels of Biden's executive order on immigration.
And nearly a dozen Trump supporters were treated for heat exhaustion while waiting for the campaign event in scorching heat. A federal judge is ordering former Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison on July 1st to begin a 4-month prison sentence. A jury found Bannon guilty of 2 counts of contempt of Congress in 2022 after he refused to comply with a subpoena from the House panel investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Well, Texas Democrats are rallying in El Paso for their annual convention.
Democrats are trying to strike a contrast to what the state saw when Republicans rallied in San Antonio. Party chairman Gilbert Hinojosa points to a plank in the GOP platform that says abortion is not health care, it is homicide.
And recommended using the death penalty to punish women across our state for receiving life-saving health care.
Access to a doctor has been a key talking point at the Democratic Convention, which wraps up this weekend. It comes less than a week after the Texas Supreme Court unanimously rejected a challenge to the state's near total abortion ban. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Brandon Herrera says he'll ask for a recount in his Republican primary runoff against incumbent U.S. Rep. Tony Gonzalez. Herrera is a YouTuber and a Second Amendment champion who lost last month's runoff by 407 votes. He says he'll request recounts in Bexar, El Paso, Medina, and Uvalde counties since his margin of defeat was about 1.4 percentage points. Well, President Biden is meeting the leader of Ukraine today today with a multi-million-dollar weapons package ready and waiting.
President Biden pledged yesterday the United States would never turn its back on Ukraine. He meets counterpart Vladimir Zelensky today in Paris for the first time since December. The $225 million tranche of supplies we're expecting for Ukraine includes artillery rounds and air defense interceptors. President Zelensky has complained about the West taking too long to make decisions about aid. But President Biden's told him he'll now allow the Ukrainians to attack limited targets inside Russia with US-supplied weapons. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The possible demolition of the old sanctuary of First Baptist Church of Sutherland Springs was a subject of a lawsuit. In November of 2017, the building was the site of a mass shooting that killed 26 church members and wounded 22 more. In August of 2021, the congregation voted to tear the building down. The lawsuit filed last month claims memberships of survivors and victims' families were thrown out before the vote was taken. The plaintiffs are seeking a temporary restraining order to prevent demolition until the lawsuit is settled. CPS Energy officials say they're ready for the hot summer months ahead. The San Antonio utility held a news conference yesterday to discuss their plans and how they will be ready for peak usage during the summer.
From our standpoint, for the assets that we're responsible for the systems that we maintain, we've done everything that we need to do to be ready for the hot summer season ahead.
CPS Energy President and CEO Rudy Garza says the company plans to utilize its internal meteorologists to help strategize their approach to energy management throughout the summer. Well, the final Wheel of Fortune episode, hosted by Pat Sajak, is set to air today. Sajak has hosted the show since 1981, announcing his retirement last year. His final episode was filmed in April. Ryan Seacrest will take over hosting duties. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business as we await that May jobs report. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
It is a space playlist Friday in honor of SpaceX, their successful fourth test of the Starship spacecraft yesterday. We brought that to you live as the launch took place. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker coming up with Those Were the Days at 6:48. Randy Beamer in studio with us, the 8 o'clock hour. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. In fact, Andrew producing and directing our live video feed on YouTube right now. Go to YouTube and look for 1200 WOAI.
So you can see Charity.
Yeah, you can see Charity. And now and then chopped liver. So and I mean but it is also a double eye candy Friday.
Oh, that's right.
When Randy Beamer gets in here.
Yes, it does.
You can look at Charity and you can look at Randy Beamer.
In separate studios, split screen, you know.
Someday we're gonna fix that.
And me and Chris will just sit in the corner.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
We'll fix that someday. Well, the Hunter Biden trial resumed yesterday. The widow of his late brother, Beau, took the witness stand. And actually yesterday also, ABC News' David Muir sat down with President Joe Biden.
Will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes. Now, I got to ask you, Charity. President Joe Biden says he will not pardon his son, Hunter Biden, if he is convicted. Hypothetically, let's say Donald Trump wins the election and Joe Biden has to leave office Inauguration Day, January 20th. Do you think he goes back on his word and pardons his son, Hunter Biden?
You know, I hope not. I'm leaning towards no on that, just because I think if Hunter is sentenced, it'll be a light sentence if he does any kind of jail time. And on top of that, I want to believe it's a father's tough love that maybe Hunter needs to be and behind bars for some amount of time just to kind of realize the magnitude of what it is that he did and how he's really just brought his family like through the dumpster through this whole process. I mean, you talk about his late brother Beau, and he had an affair with his widow, and Jill Biden, the first lady, is attending this trial to try to support her stepson. It's a bad look for the Biden family, and all happening during a presidential election year.
Now, do children of presidents, they have Secret Service protection, don't they? Or they have access
I'm not
to
100%. I would imagine, but I'm not. Charity, do you know that?
I don't know the answer. I don't know if it's like there's a cutoff at a certain age. I'm not sure.
See, I would think that if he goes to jail, he would have protection while he's in jail. But he's not going to jail. He's going to get probation, if anything.
You would think it would be what we would equate to a slap on the wrist. But to me, and Charity, you brought it up, having the affair with his dead brother's widow. To me, that's worse than the crack abuse. I'm not. I'm not saying crack abuse is fine. Obviously, that's wrong and should be punished. But I mean, just to show how egregious he was, and maybe he was under the influence of crack when this is happening. And he reportedly as well got Hallie Biden, hooked on crack as well.
Yeah, and she even threw away a gun, that gun that he purchased. That's the center of this trial. And he made her go back into the dumpster where she dumped it and to try to search for it where she couldn't find it. And there's actually surveillance footage that the jurors saw of her digging around the trash for this gun. And she claimed she was just panicked because when she found the gun along with the ammo in the vehicle console, she was worried that Hunter was going to hurt himself. And she was worried about her own kids. She didn't want them to find it and hurt themselves.
Now, I wonder, will she face charges for disposing of the gun that way? Because that's very, very dangerous thing to do.
That is interesting. Now, she was the star witness for the prosecution, though, so you got a feeling. And maybe they
probably
made
worked out a deal with her. Yes,
Yes.
because that's horrible. You just don't throw a gun away like that.
No.
That's somebody could find it and,
commit a crime with it. Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely. We will certainly keep an eye on the Hunter Biden trial as we roll forward. Charlie Parker coming right up with Those Were the Days. And a historic day in television history today. You've heard Charity report on it. Pat Sajak's final day on Wheel of Fortune, final episode, will be this evening. We'll talk about that as well coming up. WOAI News Time, 6:45.
Okay, we're good.
Woo! Tracy, the Hunter Biden talk was just for you.
Look, I was going to buy one of these for our beer today, but I thought, no, I just didn't want to have it delivered.
My God.
It's a 180 pack in honor of their 180th birthday.
How tall is that?
It's well, they deliver. They deliver.
I'll show that to the.
Yeah.
Hand me that. This Pabst Blue Ribbon's 180th birthday. They are selling a 180 pack. It looks like is that $94?
Yeah, $94.
$94.99.
Which actually, if you break it down, is pretty cheap.
That's right.
That's
Less than $1
cheap.
a beer.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap.
Way less.
Yeah.
Like 50 cents a beer.
Yeah. So that's cool.
It's a very good deal.
Yeah. I was going to buy one for, for today's beer, but I thought, how am I going to get it in the building?
Yes.
That's pretty wild, though. Have you ever had Pabst?
Many, many, many years ago.
See, one of my
since my reckless youth.
Yeah, one of my girlfriend's dads, that's all he drank. And so every now and then I would get one. But yeah. No, thank you. Here we go. Pat Sajak's new gig, Post Wheel. He will star in the new take on the play Prescription Murder at Honolulu's Hawaii Theater next summer from July 31st to August 10th.
Wow.
Yeah. The plot was eventually adapted for the first episode of detective series Columbo.
Who knew?
I didn't.
Woo!
You know now, though. Tell me. That's pretty cool, though. 180 pack.
That is nice.
Oh, we got a long time, too, because Charlie.
That's right.
Long.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Zero talkbacks. Zero.
Yeah, we haven't been pimping it. I think once we realized it wasn't happening, we just move on.
And we got no time to play them
Right.
now, so
Yeah.
might as well not bring it up again. Okay. Playlist, where are we? That was dropped. Ooh, good one coming up, Chris.
Yeah.
Walking on the Moon.
Beautiful.
2 men in a dump truck. Tell me. Okay, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hello, Sleepy.
Everybody loves somebody. Fugitive. Yeah, yesterday was sleepy or thirsty Thursday.
Wow.
According to Sleepy. Aye. Sometime. All right, I've got Vanna.
Okay. Okay, and we need to be out at 58:30.
Correct. And this is 45 seconds, so we should be able to get it. 21. Where's Carlton? We talking practice. Practice.
And
Very
here are some
nice.
of the
I
stories
added
we're
that.
following
He
for
didn't.
you. Seven
Okay.
suspects
I
are
did
under
that.
arrest after
'Cause I
Bexar
thought,
County
you know what? I
deputies
got it.
raided
I'm
a stash
playing it.
house
Oh, hell
on the
yeah.
south side full of
Iconic.
migrants and dangerous
Yeah,
heat. A new poll shows Trump's hush money conviction makes 27% of voters
So
more
just to get
likely
it
to
out
back
there, I'll
him
go
for
to Vanna.
president.
Yes,
And we'll tell you
yes.
about a startling
I've got it.
statistic involving murders connected to long haul truck drivers. We'll have more coming up right now. Traffic and weather together.
Together. Ooh, we need to take that mic screen off of that mic so he doesn't have to smell Charlie's.
Oh, God. Do
Yeah.
I have time?
Oh, no, we got time. We got till 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I'll remember to do it at the top of the hour.
All right.
Sunny skies and hot today. Forecast high 102. Tomorrow, a few clouds early, then mostly sunny, highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 76 in Bernie, 78 at Woodlawn Lake, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
The Police with lead singer Sting walking on the moon on a playlist Friday. It's a space playlist today in honor of the successful SpaceX fourth flight of its Starship spacecraft yesterday launched from Boca Chica Beach in Texas. Coming up, we've got Q1019's Jenny James with her weekend entertainment picks. And Randy Beamer going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour, just over an hour from now. Well, television history will be made today. It is Pat Sajak's final episode hosting Wheel of Fortune. He's been doing it since 1981. Here is Vanna White's tear-filled farewell to Pat Sajak.
I don't know how to put into words what these past 41 years have meant to me. 8,000 episodes went by like that. When I first started, I was so green. You made me so comfortable and made me so confident. You made me who I am. You really did. We've grown up on television, and life events we shared with our families are my favorite. We've watched our children grow up together. We've traveled all over the world. We've eaten hundreds of meals together. We've laughed. We've cried. Oh, gosh. What an incredible and unforgettable journey we've had. You're like a brother to me, and I consider you a true lifelong friend who I will always adore. I love you, Pat.
Vanna White, after Pat Sajak's run with her, 1981 to 2024. That's a pretty good run, Charity.
It is. And, I'm glad that he's going to head out to the next chapter of his life and retirement. But it's just hard to watch the show. Again, it's like the whole Jeopardy dilemma. There's no one better than Alex Trebek. But still, Ryan Seacrest as the new host. Ryan Seacrest is good at what he does, but he's everywhere. I feel like they could have maybe found somebody else to breathe new life into the show. But I guess I shouldn't knock it until I see Ryan Seacrest take the helm in the fall.
Now, he's everywhere because not only will he be hosting the show, he will actually run over and turn the letters at the same time. That's how good he is. And by the way, Pat Sajak has already landed his post-retirement gig. He's going to do a play in Hawaii called Prescription Murder at the Honolulu Hawaii Theater next summer from July 31st to August 10th.
All right. We'll keep an eye out for that. Speaking of entertainment, right now, it's your Q1019 Weekend Entertainment Report with Jenny James.
There's a lot going on this weekend, so let's get to the free stuff first. The Tower of the Americas hosting their free live music series tonight. It is family friendly and starts at 7. The Blanco Lavender Festival is happening Saturday and Sunday in Blanco. Tonight, watch a movie for free in shirts. Trolls band together at Heritage Oaks Park. The movie starts at dusk. This weekend, Market Square has music, working artists, and food booths from 10 to 6. San Antonio Public Library is hosting an all-ages scavenger hunt to kick off the summer this Saturday. It starts at 10:30 at the main campus. Saturday night, you can see Todd Rundgren at the Charlene McCombs Empire Theater and Johnny Mathis at the Majestic Theater. Fiesta Noche del Rio kicks off tonight at Arneson River Theater. Tickets start at $8. The Festival of Flowers is happening at the San Antonio Shrine Auditorium on Saturday. Tickets start at $8 with kids under 10 getting in free. Shop Garden Ridge Market Days Sunday morning starting at 9:30 outside the Northeast Bible Church. And Sunday, you can meet a Food Network Kids Baking Champion and try her creations. Lila Smethurst having her Butterbomb Bakery pop-up show from noon to 2 on Sunday at Apricot Lane Boutique off TPC Parkway. It's a busy weekend. Enjoy. I'm Jenny James from Q1019 for News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, a human smuggling operation uncovered in South Bexar County. Trump hits the campaign trail, and the Mavs fall to the Celtics in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday, more the same, sunny and hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 78 degrees. An update to a breaking news story we're following. More than 24 smuggling victims have been pulled from a sweltering house on San Antonio's south side that does not have air conditioning. They were smuggled in the border town of Laredo in a trailer.
Underneath is a large false compartment that these people were just laying down in there, exposed to the elements.
Sheriff Javier Salazar says they rescued 26 smuggling victims. 11 were rushed to the hospital for heat exhaustion. One woman from Guatemala said she paid $16,000 to be transported to Texas. 7 suspected smugglers are under arrest. Investigators believe the home near 1604 in Applewhite was also used for cockfighting. Well, prosecutors are close to wrapping up their case in the Hunter Biden gun possession trial in Delaware. Here's more from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Prosecuting attorneys have indicated they only have a couple more witnesses before resting their case against Hunter Biden. Their witnesses Thursday delved into the gun briefly possessed by the defendant from the purchase to its disposal and discovery in a store trash can. Defense attorney Abby Lowell said by Monday his case could be complete. But the most significant news about this trial may have happened in Normandy, France, where President Biden said in an interview he would accept the outcome of the trial and would not pardon his son should he be found guilty. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, former President Trump was back on the road speaking at a Turning Point Action Town Hall in Arizona. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Returning to the campaign trail following his New York conviction for falsifying business records, former President Trump tells a Phoenix crowd,
Vote for Trump.
reiterating he believes his legal troubles are because he's running again.
I got indicted 4 times.
Saying if elected in 2024, he'll rescind President Biden's recent executive order that puts a cap on asylum seekers and vowing to cut back on crime.
We have to back our police. We have to back law enforcement. We have to give them back their respect.
Commenting on questions from supporters.
Everything was about the border and about inflation and the economy.
The former president noting these are key issues. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And nearly a dozen Trump supporters were treated for heat exhaustion while waiting for the campaign event in scorching heat. Texas Democrats are accusing the state's Republican Party of pressing an extreme agenda that they fear could open the door to capital punishment for abortion patients.
There are a group of extremists hell-bent on stripping away women's rights, and all of their talk of being the party of freedom is hogwash.
Gilbert Hinojosa, who heads the Texas Democratic Party, points to a plank in the GOP's platform that clearly states abortion is not health care, it is homicide. Access to a doctor has been a key talking point at the Democratic Convention, which is now underway in El Paso. Well, the Boston Celtics took game 1 of the NBA Finals versus the Dallas Mavs on ABC last night. Coming back from injury and off the bench, Celtics center Kristaps Porzingis shot 8 for 13 from the field, adding 20 points to the Boston win.
Extra possessions, offensive rebounds can help you create a margin. Porzingis pumps ahead. Kristaps Porzingis knocking him down from everywhere.
A dominant 107-89 win gives Boston an early 1-0 lead in the series. Game 2 of Sunday in Boston. Well, fresh off a successful test launch of its Starship rocket, SpaceX is getting sued.
The blastoffs from Boca Chica Beach are both dramatic and destructive. SpaceX has a massive water cooling system to prevent the launch pad from being blown apart. The problem? That wastewater has to go somewhere. Jim Chapman with the group Save RGV says it's flowing into the Gulf and we have no idea what's in it.
You cannot discharge untreated wastewater onto wetlands.
They're suing Elon Musk's private spaceflight company, claiming they violate the Clean Water Act. The suit also argues that a state agency, which is supposed to be monitoring the impact, has failed to fulfill its duties. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, at least 850 murders across the nation over the past few decades are connected to long-haul truck drivers. That's according to the FBI's Highway Serial Killings Initiative. Former Assistant FBI Director Frank Figliuzzi spent a year in a semi-truck researching the matter. He said on News Nation that the isolating lifestyle may play a part. There are 25 trucker serial killers in prison now, with over 450 investigated. It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, a big 7 o'clock hour. In fact, a big 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour coming at you right now. In a moment, wait till you hear this. You're going to want to hear this story about somebody in a fast food drive-in. Things went a little unusually, and it's worth your listen. Coming right up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast at 7:20. At 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Problems with Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. He's our go-to guy on all things space exploration, so we'll get into that with him. 7:50, White House correspondent John Decker, the latest on the Hunter Biden gun trial. And the 8 o'clock hour, it's Fridays with Beamer. Randy Beamer in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. It's going to be a fun ride. Stick around. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny and hot today. Highs 102 tomorrow. A few clouds early, then mostly sunny skies and hot. Highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny. And guess what? Hot. Highs 100. 78 in Alamo Heights, 78 in Chavano Park, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
Outstanding. It's a playlist Friday. It's a space playlist Friday in honor of SpaceX, their successful fourth test of their spacecraft yesterday with the launch from Boca Chica Beach, San Antonio's first news. Right now, though, it's a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. Have you ever been in a drive-through lane of a fast food restaurant and saw the person behind you in their car kind of losing their mind because things weren't moving quickly enough? Mr. T, I'll let you set this up.
Yeah, so yesterday I was sitting there talking to my wife, and she showed me this on Instagram, and it's a preacher. His name is Charles Roselle Swindoll. He's a Christian pastor, author, educator, radio preacher, and it's the best way to deal with that jerk behind you in a drive-through. Here is today's Wait Till You Hear This.
I was in the McDonald's drive-through this morning. The young lady behind me leaned on her horn and started mouthing some ugly things because I was taking too long to place my order. So when I got to the first window, I paid for her order along with my own. The cashier must have told her what I had done because as we moved up, she leaned out her window and waved to me as she began mouthing, thank you, probably feeling embarrassed that I had repaid her rudeness with kindness. When I got to the second window, I showed the server both receipts and I took her food too. Now she has to go back to the end of the queue and start all over again. Don't blow your horn at old people. We've been around for a long time.
It was great. It was great.
I don't think I'd have it in myself to do that just because I fear road rage and what people are capable of. I mean, we don't know if that woman, was armed and would have followed him down out of outrage. I mean, you just don't know.
Still brilliant.
It's hilarious.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, in the great state of Texas, there's a good chance that the person behind you in the drive-thru is armed.
Yeah, most likely.
So,
most likely. But that's hilarious.
Hilarious. Well played, sir. Very, very nice. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. We'll get his unique take on the morning's events. Don't forget, less than an hour from now, 8 o'clock hour in studio, Randy Beamer. It is Fridays with Beamer coming at us a little bit later as well. WOAI News Time, 7:14.
We're back.
Eric. Oh, Charity answered somebody in here. Very cool. Welcome in, everybody. Randy Beamer. You will see him on this video in 45 minutes or less.
Or less, because he's usually early.
He's early.
Yeah, he's usually early. What is Jay Kemp talking about that she answered?
I'd have to go look.
I'm looking. Wow. Okay, so far I'm not seeing anything. Wow.
$7 Sunday, Eastern.
For
That Brahma's.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Well, they did an ad.
Oh, okay.
So 6 o'clock.
All right. Hopefully I'm not busy. Oh, wait.
Well, there's an NBA game.
I was going to say.
Going against the NBA.
Wait a minute. There is. Oh, gosh. Man. God, I love this country. It is just amazing. It really is.
Oh, I should probably look at my Micah Pelka topics.
Micah Pelka.
Right,
Hey, you
good.
want to talk about this real quick before headlines?
Yes.
Let's say, hey, Tim, did you bring beer? Yeah, look what I got, Chris. A 180 pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon. So
Okay.
last us till 10.
Very nice.
And then I can show it to the people too. Look.
There it is. A 180 pack of Pabst Blue. It's been around for 180 years.
That's what they're saying.
That's
It's their
amazing.
180th birthday. They started in 1844 or
My
something
goodness.
like that. That's amazing. Hey, Eric, how are you? How was Thirsty Thursday, Eric? Sorry I didn't make it, man. I was a little tied up. My wife wouldn't untie me. You know, the only problem is they cannot hear the music that we're playing.
Oh, wow.
stream.
Okay. So, Sleepy, we might play.
No, it's
Flying-
next.
Oh, it is next.
It's next. We'll sing it for you during the break.
Sylvia says that joke has been around for a little while.
Yeah. So, I never heard it.
Yeah.
Had you heard it before?
I had not.
See? Yeah, Sleepy, that would be awesome too. It was a little bit, Travis, a little bit. Yeah, Fly Me to the Moon is next. Freak out in a moon age daydream, oh yeah. I'm an alligator. Since 1844, Pabst Blue Ribbon's been around.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're going to have a couple minutes here.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and pulling back the curtain
Just a little bit, yeah.
Mr. T and Charity. On Fridays, you know, when we get off work on a Friday, we might we Charity occasionally have an adult beverage?
It's
maybe,
it's
after work?
definitely not every Friday.
Not on the clock.
No, come
There's
on.
no way.
No. What,
Yeah.
what do you take us for?
Yeah,
Luscious?
no
Come
kidding.
on.
Just this Friday and next Friday, but other than that, you know.
Mr. T, it was your turn to
Yes.
buy the beer
Yes.
this time.
Yes, and so I brought in a Pabst Blue Ribbon 180 pack in honor of their 180th birthday.
Whoa. Not a 6-pack or a
No.
12-pack
Or a 30-pack
an
or a
18-pack,
24-pack.
A 180-pack. That's
Yes.
a real thing.
It's a real thing. It is available for $95. You can buy 180 Pabst Blue Ribbon beers in one package.
Well, you knew EJ was here today, so that's
Yeah,
why you
that's
brought all that
true.
beer.
That's true. I had to do that.
That's
Look,
cost of 180 beers for
that's like
95
50
bucks.
cents a beer.
That's pretty good.
Pretty close to about
Even though it
50.
is Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You know, I've had Pabst Blue Ribbon before, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
And back when I had it, everything tasted great.
Yeah.
It was beer. It was good.
I rated a little higher than Castle, which was sold at Handy Andy back in the 70s.
Here's what it looks like, the 180 pack, if you're on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, he's showing you the 180 pack on. This is why you need to watch YouTube.
Yeah, because you would not see that anywhere else.
Wow.
Not making it up. They really are selling it, too. You can find it somewhere.
All right, go look for the 180 pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Charity, what stories are you following?
26 human smuggling victims were rescued from a scorching hot stash house in the city's far south side. President Biden and Ukraine's president met today in Paris, and the Mavs fell to the Celtics in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies and hot today, highs 102. Tomorrow, a few clouds early, then mostly sunny, highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny, highs 100 degrees. It is 78 at Woodlawn Lake, 78 in Monte Vista, and 77 here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 7:20. You hear that music, you know it's time for our daily visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. First things first, Mike, Friday-luya to you.
And 180 beer Friday Luya salute to you too, my friend.
That's a lot of beers, man. My first question is, where are you going to put them all? In my gut?
In my belly.
Gonna need a bigger fridge, Mike.
A lot of people beat up on PBR, but if you ever visit Milwaukee and you visit the brewery, it's like going to the tap room at a local brewery here in San Antonio. We used to live at the Lone Star sampling room.
Yep.
And it's right out of the tap. It's damn good.
So, Mike, President Biden is saying he's not going to pardon Hunter if he's convicted in his federal firearms trial. Is this a tough love move by a father, or is this a decision ultimately motivated by politics?
Ultimately politics, Charity, and also something that can be changed based on how serious this case ends up being. The inside money here in Wilmington, Delaware, where I live, is still jury nullification, that they're going to say, yeah, we know he's guilty, but, he's a Biden, and we got a Biden train station, a Biden rest stop, and we got all these new sidewalks because of Joe Biden. Let's let him have a pass on this one. So I think that's where that's going.
Mike, as you know, James Carville, Democratic operative dating back to the Clinton administration, famously said, "It's the economy, stupid," when Clinton was first running for president. He's been melting down lately. What do you think's going on with him?
I think James is struggling with irrelevancy. He was the guy, and I say that seriously.
I know,
actually,
but, yeah.
I wasn't going for the punchline on it, but it is funny.
Yeah.
He's someone that had so much power when the Clintons were in office, and then they pushed him off to the side. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think he's really from another planet. If you look at James Carville, there's no other explanation. And I'm the guy who's always saying there's no other life out there in this galaxy other than ours. And I think Carville's proof otherwise. But he is now taken to being the crazy old man on the porch during Mardi Gras just yelling. And he's now F-bombing and BS bombing and all kinds of bombing every time they put a mic on him because it gets clicks. And I think this is all about traffic for him.
So it's finally over between Vanna and Pat. The last show will air tonight.
Yes. And, this is the weirdest part of this. I'm going to watch Wheel of Fortune tonight, and it will actually be the first time I've ever watched Wheel of Fortune. Seriously, I've never watched the show.
That's my superpower. I'm really good at it. Yeah, I'm really good at it.
Well, are you sad about it, Mr. T?
No, I don't watch it, but I'm just really good at it. I really am. Every time, if it is ever on and I'm someplace, I get the answers before everybody else and get mad at me, so I don't watch it. No.
So, Mike, what's going on with rapper 50 Cent? Is he a full-fledged Trump supporter, or is he just dipping his toes in the water?
Well, Charity Fitty is an interesting cat. He was in D.C. doing some testifying and lobbying. He's a businessman, made over $100 million on vitamin water, not just successful in the rap industry. And so he's gotten pretty smart about stuff. He's not outwardly supporting Trump, but he's answered questions saying that he understands why black voters would and how they're leaning towards him. And I think Curtis Jackson is his name. I've actually talked to him about 30 years ago. Really a smart guy, and a guy who survived being shot 9 times as well. So you got to give him credit for that. He's got street cred, and now he's got business cred. And when he speaks, his community listens to him.
Finally, Mike, I lived in my reckless youth. I lived in Southern California for about 12 years, spent a lot of time in Los Angeles. It is a weird, wacky place. And now apparently they are stealing fire hydrants in Los Angeles. Why are they stealing fire hydrants?
This is one of the dumbest things ever. We've seen thieves taking the catalytic converters off cars. They're cheap and they're light and they're easy to sell. We've seen copper wire being stripped from streetlights. And I guess they've gotten all they can. More than 300 fire hydrants have been taken, and they go in and they have the tools and they shut the water off, and then they use a car or a truck to bump it off of its settings and load it into the back of the truck, and it's all for the scrap metal.
Wow.
But think of 300 fire hydrants, and California has a little problem with wildfires and stuff in the summer, so this is not a good situation, and repairing them is very expensive.
That is a huge point. You can get a lot more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop this morning. You want to be sure to check it out. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. 740 national correspondent Rory O'Neill, problems with Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. 750 White House correspondent and attorney John Decker, the latest on the Hunter Biden gun trial. Then the entire 8 o'clock hour in studio, Randy Beamer. It is Fridays with Beamer. Stick around. WOAI News Time, 726.
All right. Stick with the space song for Rory since we're talking space. Okay? Cool. Yeah, I know, but we got, for Rory O'Neill, you see what I'm saying? Since we're talking, normally we wouldn't do one there, but since we are talking it, let's just leave one there. Thank you.
Cool.
All right.
Woo. So
Way to go, Sylvia. Way to go, Sylvia, putting on your red shirt. Yes.
Yeah, each of us have a different model.
Yeah, so I'll start modeling mine here real quick.
Woo.
I have.
This one was made by the one Tim is wearing, made by a WOAI listener.
Mike Jones, I believe, right?
Mike Jones, very cool.
Yeah, I still haven't given him a shout out because I didn't take a picture of that card, so I didn't want to get his name wrong.
Yeah.
So,
in fact, I
know you took a picture of it.
Charity sent me one.
So did she?
I should be able to look it up.
Well, when we all wear them and take a picture and post them, if we could ever get Charity's back, I think it's gone. I think it's gone.
Mike Jones.
It is, right?
Yeah.
I think it's gone, to be honest with you.
That is amazing.
No, I'm pretty sure you're right, though.
Yeah.
I think you are correct.
Mike Jones from San Marcos. He sent us from San Marcos.
What a hell of a guy.
Yeah.
All righty, then. Guess I should go see if Mr. Beamer's here yet. See you later, Tommy.
Later, Tommy.
He's going to Brady. Okay. All right, I'm going to turn this off. Charity's coming up in 3 minutes. I'm going to go see what's going on outside.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, dozens of migrants rescued in a human smuggling bust. President Biden says no pardon for his son Hunter. And CPS Energy says it is ready for the hot summer months. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: sunny and hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 77 degrees. And we are following a breaking news story as local deputies intercepted a large human smuggling operation on the county's far south side. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 26 smuggling victims were recovered after being transported in a false compartment under a long gooseneck trailer towed by a truck.
Exposed to the elements, basically laying on really hard mesh. And while they were transported here from the border, they reported being in that compartment for upwards of about 3 hours.
Securing the vehicle at a residence where bulletproof vests and rifles were found.
Clearly cartel related.
Noting 11 were taken to hospitals for heat-related and other minor injuries, and 7 people were arrested. Adding one woman from Guatemala paid about $16,000 to be smuggled in, but officials do not yet know the countries of origin of the other victims. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today in Delaware. The fourth day of the trial saw the widow of Hunter's late brother Beau take the stand. Hadley Biden dated Hunter while he purchased the firearm and testified about how she tossed the gun into a dumpster outside of a grocery store in Wilmington. Hunter is accused of illegally buying and possessing that gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. In an ABC News interview, President Biden said he would not pardon Hunter if he's convicted. Well, former President Trump made a campaign stop in Arizona yesterday. Fox's Chanley Painter has more on Decision 2024.
It was Trump's first campaign stop since being convicted by a Manhattan jury and his first appearance in the battleground state in nearly 2 years.
Let me tell you, if we could have honest elections in this country, I would have stopped campaigning 2 weeks ago.
According to the latest Fox News polls, the swing state of Arizona would go to the former president. Trump leads President Biden by 5 percentage points among registered voters, where Trump's border state visit comes on the heels of Biden's executive order on immigration.
And nearly a dozen Trump supporters were treated for heat exhaustion while waiting for the campaign event in scorching heat. The United States is sending another round of aid to Ukraine to help rebuild infrastructure destroyed during Russia's invasion. President Biden spoke about the aid alongside Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky in Paris, France.
I assure you, the United States is going to stand with you. I've said that all during this debate. I continue to say it. The United States is standing with you.
The $225 million package will include ammunition and artillery rounds, along with support for Ukraine's electric grid. Under a new U.S. directive, Ukraine will now be allowed to use U.S. weapons to strike across the border into Russia, but only against Russian forces that are hitting targets in Ukraine. The United States says it won't provide long-range weapons to strike deeper into Russia. Well, thanks to several inches of recent rainfall, many parts of central Texas are now drought-free for the first time in 2 years.
According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, Travis, Williamson, Burnett, Llano, and Bastrop counties are no longer in a drought, while parts of Hayes County remain in either moderate drought or abnormally dry conditions. Texas State climatologist Dr. John Nielsen Gammon tells KXAN that next to La Nina, these conditions may not last long because we are
past the sort of the good news portion in terms of rainfall, and now we'll start getting to time periods where the odds of rainfall decrease. So this reprieve from the drought may just be temporary.
He says aquifer levels are also still down. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
TxDOT is warning of another weekend of traffic headaches on the northwest side with plans to close I-10 eastbound and westbound at the Loop 1604 interchange this weekend as part of the Loop 1604 North Expansion Project. The feeders of Loop 1604 in both directions will also be closed at the interchange. The closures start at 9 o'clock tonight and continue until 5 a.m. Monday. Well, a game show mainstay for more than 4 decades is taking his final spin.
After more than 8,000 episodes, Pat Sajak is leaving the iconic game show that made him a household name. His final episode airs today, putting an end to his time as host of Wheel of Fortune for 41 seasons spanning 43 years. It caps a week of Thanks for the Memories-themed shows that highlight Sajak's time at Wheel. Sajak, who is 77, announced his retirement a year ago. His co-host, Vanna White, will stay on the show, and Ryan Seacrest will take over in Sajak's role. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money in the world of business. That May jobs report has just been released. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk with details. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Classic by Frank Sinatra. San Antonio's first news. Our go-to guy on space exploration is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Rory, before we talk about Boeing's Starliner spacecraft, your thoughts on yesterday, the SpaceX Starship spacecraft, the Super Heavy rocket booster. A lot of things went right for SpaceX yesterday.
It did. And how about that video? I mean, to see that in real time, and thanks to the Starlink satellites providing a lot of that from space, just remarkable to watch that happen. Massive rocket. I think one of the engines didn't light, within acceptable conditions, but still something they'll try to troubleshoot. But to just about have those vertical landings in the ocean, splashdowns, but semi-controlled, it's a big step forward for SpaceX as they try to get Starship launched, as it were.
And as far as Boeing Starliner spacecraft, Rory, it's now at the International Space Station, but there were definitely some hiccups in the process.
Yeah, not major. No, nothing that would cancel things or put anyone in any danger. But look, this is a test flight. They specifically have 2 former Navy test pilots, former astronauts conducting this mission. They're putting Starliner through its paces. And yeah, there have been a few hiccups. We've seen multiple helium leaks. We knew about one before the launch, but then others have since surfaced. Then there's a problem with some of the thrusters, I guess you'd call them, on the rear side of the vehicle, not coming online. And after now, this is the 3rd flight where they haven't really performed like they should. They're now starting to think this may be more of a software issue than a specific thruster problem. But this is the kind of stuff you can only learn when flying.
How safe is the crew up there with 5 thrusters not working out of the 28?
Yeah, they're fine. So right now they are aboard the space station. They got there after a brief delay. So look, they've got shelter, they've got food and companies, and plenty of space to float around. So they'll be fine. Right now they're going to put Starliner through some more tests in terms of powering it down, completely down, power it all up again, and seeing how it integrates with the rest of the space station systems. So they'll be doing those tests for the next week or so. Look, worst case scenario, if they want to abandon the thing, then they can just wait for the next SpaceX capsule to come on up and take a ride home in that. So really, now that they're on the space station, they are pretty darn safe.
So, Rory, how much competition are Boeing and SpaceX in? I mean, if one does better, and it certainly seems at the moment SpaceX is doing better than Boeing, does that mean moving forward in the future, NASA would be more prone to do business with SpaceX than Boeing?
Well, so that would factor into future projects, and say then when they announce a request for bids and Boeing and SpaceX put in competing bids, well, certainly past performance is going to be a big factor in that. But keep in mind, when it comes to this specific mission, this job of ferrying passengers and stuff back and forth to the space station, NASA wants at least 2 companies doing it. Back in the day, we only had the space shuttle, and when it ended, we had no way to get to the space station except for buying seats on Russian rockets. So NASA says, look, we're not going to be in the position again when we only have one way to access station. So yes, SpaceX, you did it. Boeing is doing it. There might be some other ones out there as well, but they want at least 2 in this commercial crew program.
Absolutely. We love talking space exploration with national correspondent Rory O'Neill. We thank him. We also love talking with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. He's coming up at 7:50 with the latest on the Hunter Biden gun trial. Then 8 o'clock hour, Randy Beamer in studio for the whole hour. Lots to come. San Antonio's first news, WOAI News Time, 7:45. There's a go. It's on them.
Hello. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Woo! Be nice if they did what they said they were supposed to do.
Yes, it would.
All right. Black Hole Sun is the next one, but we shouldn't have one coming up until 8 o'clock hour.
Ben, thank you very much. I appreciate your kind words. Thanks, man.
Oh, we're almost there, dude.
Randy Beamer coming into the studio here.
He's already in?
Did
he show up?
I haven't.
Oh, I thought you saw him.
No, I'm just telling the people.
Oh, I thought you saw him.
No, have not seen
Well, he's
him.
already here? What the hell? He's early. Fly me to the moon.
Good morning, Manny. Welcome in.
Oh, Manny. Oh, it's Mandy. I'm sorry, not Manny. My bad. Yeah, just throw it to her.
Yes. Don't want to keep Decker waiting.
No. Yep, Randy Beamer. It's picture day for you. We had to go through this the other day, so
yeah,
it's all right. He doesn't have to be here till 8:10. That's funny. Picture day for you. Damn, Andrew. Perfect. Thanks, Randy. You know, that audio book of his memoir has got to be the worst thing that he ever did now, because they're playing that in court.
Are they really?
Yes,
Wow. Okay.
yes. They're playing excerpts from his memoir.
Wow.
In his voice.
Yikes.
Talking about all the crack and all that. That's like, dude.
Yeah.
Like, once again, if you're going to do something, don't give people the evidence to hang you. Here we go.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then White House correspondent and attorney John Decker with the latest on the Hunter Biden gun trial. Then Randy Beamer, Fridays with Beamer for the entire 8 o'clock hour in studio. Stick around for that. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, 7 suspects are in custody after deputies busted a human smuggling operation in far South Bexar County. Former President Trump is back on the campaign trail after his hush money conviction, and the CDC issues a new warning about drowning deaths. More ahead. First, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Highs 102. Tomorrow, a few clouds early, then mostly sunny. Highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 78 in Hollywood Park, 78 at Woodlawn Lake, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 750.
San Antonio's first news. The Hunter Biden trial underway in Delaware. Let's talk about it with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, as an attorney, one of the many reasons you're a great analyst on a story like this, and of course, Hallie Biden, the widow of Beau Biden, taking the stand. How damning do you think her testimony was to Hunter Biden?
Well, it was troubling in terms of hearing her testimony, listening how Hunter Biden essentially got her addicted to illegal drugs, to crack cocaine. So for that reason, I don't think her testimony is as damning as it could potentially have been, in the sense that she's a witness who herself was a drug addict, potentially at the time in question, at the time when this gun purchase took place. That being said, more damning testimony coming from another person close to Hunter Biden. We've heard earlier this week from his former wife, his former girlfriend, now from Hallie Biden. All of their testimony attempts to undercut it, to create that doubt in the minds of this 12-person jury by Hunter Biden's defense attorney, and we'll see more of that happening today.
John, were you surprised President Biden said he will not pardon Hunter if he is indeed convicted?
I'm not surprised that the president said that. I think that that's the right answer that should have been given. I don't know if that will necessarily be the case. I think of a scenario of Joe Biden loses the presidential election and he's on his way out the door of the White House. Would I be surprised to see a pardon being delivered by President Biden to his son? No, I wouldn't be surprised by that. And nor was I surprised when the former president, Donald Trump, offered pardons to people like Steve Bannon when he was heading out the door in his last hours as president. It's a tremendous power that a president has, the presidential power of a pardon. And I think he gave the right answer, but we'll see how circumstances end up as to whether or not he abides by that commitment.
And Justice Department prosecutor Derek Hines played clip after clip of the president's son, Hunter, reading from his audio book of his memoir. I mean, how damaging was that?
It's damaging. It's essentially hearing the criminal defendant testifying against himself with that audiobook. And we'll see how this jury ultimately takes in all of this evidence in their deliberations. We've spoken before. The prosecution, the government believes they have a slam dunk case. But there's also the element of emotion, the element of sympathy that could factor into this case. After all, we're talking about an individual that did have substance abuse problems. And there are people on that jury. We know their backgrounds. They have had family members incarcerated for drug crimes. They have had family members who've dealt with substance abuse problems. And that could weigh in terms of how they ultimately decide this case against the president's son.
So, John, if convicted, from your perspective, what do you think Hunter Biden would be facing? Do you think he'd go to prison? Would he get probation? What do you think would happen?
Well, it's a good question. I've maintained that, let's talk first about the former president. He has sentencing already coming up. That will be July the 11th. I don't think he's going to get prison time. Hunter Biden, we're talking about an individual who, if he is convicted, as you point out, it's a hypothetical, but let's go down that road. If he is convicted, first-time offender, these types of cases are not prosecuted that often by the federal government. So I think he, too, avoids jail time. But, still, you have Donald Trump, convicted felon, and then you could have potentially Hunter Biden, convicted felon. That's not something that you would be proud of, and certainly not good for President Biden as he campaigns for re-election.
John, on a side note, I couldn't help but notice Hunter was carrying a copy of his memoir. Was that a shameless plug? Why does he need that in court?
I think that he's doing that to show I'm proud of what I wrote in there. I stand by everything that I wrote in that. The prosecution, the government can throw my words back out at me, but I'm comfortable with everything that I said and wrote in that book, and that's the reason why I'm carrying this book into court today.
All right, so after game one of the NBA Finals, Dallas, not good. What do you think? Do you think Dallas has a chance to bounce back, or is Boston just on a roll?
Well, Boston looked tremendously good last night. Of course, Game 2 is also in the Garden, TD Garden in Boston. So I think things change. Certainly for Game 2, the dynamics are different, and Dallas looks at what they can do to regroup. But certainly things look a lot different once you head down to Dallas. And they can potentially regroup, even if they're down 2-0. They can tie up the series and make it a series. I think it's going to go 7 because I have a lot of I'm really impressed by the team that Dallas has had all season and the way they've played throughout the playoffs.
Now, John, you do realize it's only a matter of time with Victor Wembanyama that the Spurs will make appearances in many NBA Finals. Are you going to come down and hang out with us in San Antonio when the Spurs return to the NBA Finals?
Oh, absolutely. 100% count on it. But I'm going to be down there even before then when you have the NCAA College Men's Basketball Championship in San Antonio next year. I can't wait for that event.
We,
Yes,
we,
sir.
we
That's
can't
right.
wait to get you some Mexican food and show you all the
I love
sights.
it.
He's the best in the
That's
business.
great.
White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know on this Friday, June 7th at the top of the hour. Then Randy Beamer in studio for the 8 o'clock hour. Hang out with us. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, a human smuggling operation busted in South Bexar County. Trump hits the campaign trail, and a warning from the CDC about drowning deaths. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday, more the same. Sunny, hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Get a move on. It is 77 degrees. An update to a breaking news story. 7 suspected human smugglers are behind bars after over 2 dozen migrants were rescued from a hot stash house with no AC on the far south side.
This is the fault of the bloodthirsty organizations that are bringing these people across and putting them in harm's way.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 11 of the 26 migrants pulled from the house near Loop 1604 in Applewhite were hospitalized for heat exhaustion. Salazar says they were smuggled from Laredo in a secret compartment of a trailer for over 3 hours with no water.
Underneath is a large false compartment that these people were just laying down in there, exposed to the elements.
One Guatemalan woman reportedly paid $16,000 to come to Texas. The home reportedly has been used for cockfighting. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today in Delaware. The fourth day of the trial saw the widow of Hunter's late brother, Beau, take the stand. Hallie Biden dated Hunter when he purchased the firearm and testified about how she tossed the gun into a dumpster outside of a grocery store. Hunter's accused of illegally buying and possessing that gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. In an interview with ABC News, President Biden said he would not pardon his son if convicted. Former President Trump was back on the road speaking at a Turning Point Action Town Hall in Arizona. Fox's Kristen Goodwin has more on Decision 2024.
Returning to the campaign trail following his New York conviction for falsifying business records, former President Trump tells a Phoenix crowd,
Vote for Trump.
reiterating he believes his legal troubles are because he's running again.
I got indicted 4 times.
Saying if elected in 2024, he'll rescind President Biden's recent executive order that puts a cap on asylum seekers and vowing to cut back on crime.
We have to back our police. We have to back law enforcement. We have to give them back their respect.
Commenting on questions from supporters.
Everything was about the border and about inflation and the economy.
The former president noting these are key issues. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Well, for the first time, President Biden publicly said sorry to Ukraine for the months-long wait for American help. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
A promise and an apology from one president to another.
I apologize for those weeks of not knowing what's going to happen in terms of funding.
Blaming conservative members of Congress for holding up the foreign aid bill, President Joe Biden vowed to Volodymyr Zelensky that the United States will not walk away from Ukraine. President Zelensky grateful.
It's so necessary for the feeling of our people that we are not alone.
The two leaders then talking battlefield specifics as Ukraine tries to hold back Russian advances in the northeast. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, some Uvalde families are suing FedEx and UPS for helping make the 2022 school shooting at Robb Elementary possible. The lawsuit claims the shooter bought his rifle online and FedEx shipped it to a gun store in Uvalde where he picked it up. The suit also accuses UPS of failing to verify the buyer's age or screen the package before shipping the trigger system the shooter used. As summer weather begins, a warning to parents amid an increase in drowning deaths across the U.S.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that after decades of decreasing, drowning deaths have increased dramatically since 2019, with an average of 4,000 drowning deaths per year in the U.S. The most susceptible, children.
Just want to make sure that all of our kids have that opportunity to get the swim lessons and learn how to swim so that they know how to take care of themselves in the water.
Minnesota State Senator Mike Goggin pushing for a grant program to teach water safety in the land of 10,000 lakes, where drownings are also on the rise. Safety experts are calling for an increased focus on water safety throughout the summer. Parents and guardians are also advised to never leave a child unattended in or near water. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Boeing Starliner spacecraft is now docked at the International Space Station. The two-person crew successfully docked yesterday afternoon, and it came after the spacecraft missed its first docking window earlier in the day after there were problems with the thrusters. Late Wednesday, NASA said 2 helium leaks had been detected since the spacecraft arrived in orbit, but that the crew is safe. The spacecraft lifted off Wednesday morning from Cape Canaveral. Well, fresh off a successful test launch of its Starship rocket, SpaceX is getting sued.
The blastoffs from Boca Chica Beach are both dramatic and destructive. SpaceX has a massive water cooling system to prevent the launch pad from being blown apart. The problem? That wastewater has to go somewhere. Jim Chapman with the group Save RGV says it's flowing into the Gulf and we have no idea what's in it.
You cannot discharge untreated wastewater onto wetlands.
They're suing Elon Musk's private spaceflight company, claiming they violate the Clean Water Act. The suit also argues that a state agency, which is supposed to be monitoring the impact, has failed to fulfill its duties. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. He has just walked into the studio. The man, the myth, the legend, the one and only. And you can see him on YouTube if you go to YouTube right now at 1200 WOAI. Randy Beamer, everybody. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you? I appreciate you warning people all morning that I would be here in the 8 o'clock hour, so they're on the way to work quickly.
Yes. Everybody, the whole city is tuned in, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I smell ratings.
Well, I smell something too, but I don't think that's it.
I don't know that that's ratings, though.
And I'm glad that you invited me on a day when 180 beers.
You got to show him that. We've got a photo of
I'll show it to you in the break here.
180 beer pack. Tell you what, before we dive into beers and other things with Randy Beamer, who was down on the Riverwalk last night, we'll see what he was up to on the Riverwalk last night. First, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Highs 102. Tomorrow, a few clouds early, then sunshine. Highs 101. And on Sunday, a few clouds in the morning, and then otherwise lots of sun. Highs right around 100 degrees. 78 in Alamo Heights, 78 in Terrell Hills, and 77 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
It is a playlist Friday. So much going on this Friday. It's a playlist Friday. We're doing space songs in honor of SpaceX. They were very successful yesterday with their 4th test flight. But also, and kudos to Randy Beamer, it is a Red Friday.
Yes.
So Charity and I and you, Mr. T, wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. I wasn't sure if Randy would get the memo, but indeed, here he is.
I hear about it on the radio every week, and I have one of these incredibly fancy shirts.
They're nice, aren't they?
And it's important to me because I have military from way back. My dad was in the Army. I had 2 uncles in the Navy, had one in the Air Force that retired after a Chanute Air Force Base up in Rantoul. It's not there anymore. I'm sure a lot of people remember that. And cousin and cousin's kids have come through Lackland, and after D-Day, I just want to say thanks to all the veterans.
Amen. Amen.
Great to wear red.
How moving was, I imagine you saw some of the coverage from D-Day, and somebody made the point, I think Tom Hanks was being interviewed at the time. This 80th anniversary, this may be the last one where we get, because less than 1% of the young men at the time who were there at the invasion of Normandy in 1944 are still alive, and with each passing year, we're losing more and more of them.
We are in the honor flight. I don't know if you remember those. I went on one of those to Washington, D.C., where they take the World War II veterans to see all the memorials, not just the World War II memorial, but there's an Iwo Jima memorial. There's the Navy. There's all kinds of wonderful things to see there. And, most of them went in wheelchairs and very moving, and you see them crying. And you try to understand, but you can't, because you really can't imagine just what they went through.
Yeah, and we were hearing from our White House correspondent, John Decker, yesterday, Beamer, and he was talking about how a lot of D-Day veterans feel about the country today and the direction it's going, and they don't exactly have a positive outlook.
Well, I think also it's just that time, not just for veterans, but for everybody. I mean, my mom was 91 and talks about back then, everyone was so united. And, it wasn't just veterans, but it was the country pulling together and doing what they could. And they miss that. I think veterans also, because they fought for it so hard.
Yeah,
for us.
Definitely. And I wish that we could come back together like that. And unfortunately, it usually takes a tragedy to do that. And I don't want to see a tragedy.
Well, and even 9/11, and Charlie Parker brought this up yesterday. In the aftermath of 9/11, the country came together. It seemed like maybe 3 months.
Yeah.
Everybody was wearing red, white, and blue and flying their flags. And we weren't about division or political parties. We were all Americans. But even as catastrophic as 9/11 was for us, that went away pretty quickly. We became divided again.
we did in the media, we moved on to other things and people moved on to other things. And it was hard because also everybody wasn't involved in the fight. And we didn't see maybe as clearly what happened as we did in World War II, what was happening, what the fight was. And so I think that's part of it as well.
See, and I got a bad feeling, Randy, that history repeats itself. And I believe America will be tested once again. I believe, dictators show up all over the globe. They have forever. They will continue to do so. Now they've got nuclear weapons. I fear for the future of this country. And I'm going to be very interested to see if we can rise up as we did in World War II and defeat evil if it rears its ugly head again.
It'd be great to think so. I hope so. And it's nice to come in on a very optimistic Friday with Chris Duell lightening things up.
Let me bring everybody down.
The Apocalyptic Friday.
Maybe that'll be our next thing, Apocalyptic Friday. All right, tell you what, we're going to cleanse the palate. Randy, Randy was on the Riverwalk yesterday doing God knows what. We're going to find out. I'm sure he'll have some interesting tales to tell about what he encountered on the San Antonio Riverwalk yesterday. We'll talk about that and a lot more. Randy with us for the whole hour here in the 8 o'clock hour. Thanks for hanging out with us. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
Video that I brought in.
I heard you were kind of video.
Kind of annoying.
You were. You even shot Charlie Parker last time, which is
like that's like catching the Loch Ness monster.
Bigfoot.
Okay, what the fuck did I do with it?
Yeah, I had this stuff down at the Riverwalk last night. Well, not all of this stuff.
Nice.
Well, it wasn't
incredibly
hot.
Nice.
Are you a video guy or camera or picture?
I don't have any good equipment currently, but whenever given the opportunity, I enjoy it.
Randy. It's not fake, man. $95. It's got to be this tall.
Wow.
Yeah.
How much more would be in a head yet?
That's a good question. But $95 for a 180 pack case. Because they're 180 years old. It's for their 180th birthday. That's why.
But that's about 50 cents a beer, though.
Yeah,
That's
it's about 50 cents a beer.
Yeah.
When Lone Star, actually at one time, Lone Star did brew it here, but then they moved it out to Longview, Texas.
Oh, so Pabst is a Texas beer?
No. It's a Milwaukee beer, but then it came down, Lone Star.
But it was being brewed here.
At one time, briefly, yes.
I got you.
Yeah, briefly.
Okay.
Make sure I can get all these, audio.
Yeah, we were hoping that was your battery because we found it after you left.
That's actually part of the battery.
Okay. Well, we didn't know what it was. We held on to it for you.
I was charging. Yeah, I just brought a little camera.
Oh my God.
Wow. This is the first time I've had this in years because I've shooting with the DSLR or the mirrorless. But it doesn't have this rocker zoom. So it's not like the one that now I can zoom in your face.
Oh God, I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Yeah. No, they don't know. No, honestly, no, we don't know. Nobody does. I don't want that. I don't want the same thing, Chris. There's reasons.
Okay, and I'm probably Eric is asking you on YouTube. Ask Randy if he has seen the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 camera for video. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, God. I had no idea. I thought you were speaking foreign language, man.
He types that. He's watching you on YouTube right now.
Yeah. You have one?
Okay. Eric, you'll get the answer in a bit.
Just a second. Hold on. Stand by.
Okay.
Oh, stand by, Chris.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and Randy Beamer, filmmaker that he is, has just busted out a big camera and tripod here in the studio. God knows what's going to happen. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
7 arrests have been made after dozens of migrants were found in a Southside stash house. President Biden met with Ukraine's Zelensky as the country pushes for more help in its war with Russia, and a lawsuit has been filed over plans to demolish the site of the Sutherland Springs church shooting. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot, highs forecast 102. Tomorrow, a few clouds early, then sunshine in the afternoon, highs 101. Sunday, a few morning clouds, otherwise generally sunny, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 78 at City Base, 78 in Hollywood Park, and 77 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's first news. Oh, very nice. Now, this is the one by the astronaut,
yes,
correct?
That is Commander Chris Hadfield on board the International Space Station.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
Was David Bowie still alive when the astronaut did that? I think
he was. Yes, I'm pretty sure
I
he
hope
was.
Bowie
Yes.
lived to see his song performed
In space.
by an astronaut at the International
And it was
Space
kind of an
Station.
oddity.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Randy Beamer in studio with all kinds of camera equipment.
Yeah, no kidding.
Which a lot of which he took down to the Riverwalk yesterday. What was going on at the Riverwalk?
Well, I was shooting some stuff. Initially, I was going down there to shoot some stuff for KLRN for a segment I had coming up, and I wound up starting at the Alamo, taking a lot of different pictures. I don't know, 637. And then I did what I used to do on Facebook during the pandemic, which is I kind of wandered down to the river and then wandered all the way around the river bend back where Artisan River Theater is, and then back up to Alamo Plaza. By the way, that Artisan River Theater I heard you had on earlier, they were doing the dress rehearsal for the Fiesta Noche del Rio.
Oh my goodness.
It's very good. So anyway, it reminded me of what I got to do on Facebook, which we can talk about later and might do that down the road. But what do you guys say? I want to know what you guys think of the river, because it seems like one of those things that you only go to if somebody's in town. When is the last time, Charity, that you went down to the Riverwalk?
It had to be, I think, Mother's Day weekend. I went to La Gloria at the Pearl. And had a nice meal there, and kind of hung out and looked at the ducks along the San Antonio Riverwalk.
There's a lot of them.
Yes, there are.
Cool. So what is your favorite part down at the river? Chris, you've been here a few years to see a lot of changes.
Speaking of changes, I bring this up all the time. When I was a kid, they had paddle boats on the river.
Yes.
You could get in your own paddle boat and go up and down the Riverwalk in the river. I miss that. My favorite part of it is probably just all of it. It's so beautiful and unique and unlike any other city that I'm aware of in the United States. I know some cities
Sacramento has
a similar kind
somewhat,
of but I just great restaurants, great views, and just the uniqueness of the Riverwalk.
Well, okay, I'm going to press now as an investigative journalist. When's the last time you guys were
February 8th.
Of this year?
Yeah, I met my wife down there on February 8th, so we go back every year on February 8th to recreate the fun that happened.
I think we'll have to get into that later.
Sadly, it's been a long time for me, but maybe and I've been more recently than this, but about 10 years ago, my wife and I did a staycation weekend.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
We got a room at Hilton Palacio del Rio downtown and just said, let's be tourists. Let's stay downtown the whole weekend. Let's go up and down the Riverwalk. Let's eat at some cool restaurants.
Did you discover anything down there that you hadn't seen before or didn't know?
I just just seeing it more closely, just spending more time.
Without having to take somebody and show them.
Yeah, because exactly what you said, Randy. You've got relatives in from out of town, so you take them down to Rio Cantina or wherever you're going to go.
Charity, where's your go-to place?
Oh man, there's so many to list. I love the Pearl, that museum reach area, all that unique public art that's on display. I love the Ocho restaurant at Hotel Havana. That's just a great area and so much to offer. I always take my kids to the Whitty Museum area. So again, I feel like there's just so much to discover and so much for tourists and locals to do because they're constantly making improvements.
And there are a lot of things down there I didn't know. We can maybe ask people later, like Tokyo Cowboy.
Tokyo Cowboy.
Tokyo Cowboy is a bar down on the where the cutoff section of the river is in that area.
Great name for a bar.
I love that, actually.
And so anyway, there's a lot of different things down there that I did not know that.
I was married on the Riverwalk. Sort of.
Really?
There was a restaurant called Pardo's.
I remember
on
that.
the river. It wasn't far from News 4 on the Riverwalk.
Oh, right.
And it was the turn of the century as we rang in the year 2000 from 1999.
Oh, that turn of the century.
That turn of the century. We rented out Pardo's and we rang in the year 2000, and my wife and I were married at about 12:15 a.m. Of the year 2000.
Y2K didn't mess you up.
Well, we had family who would not come. We had family who were afraid of Y2K, so they wouldn't travel by air. Yeah.
Wow.
I remember doing the live shot down there when they shot off fireworks on Y2K, and we were covering, okay, we have somebody, is everything going to be okay? Our computer's going to work? And
that was an amazing scare that didn't really happen. Yeah. Y2K. More with Randy Beamer coming up. Lots to talk about. He's with us till 9 o'clock, and you can see him right now on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. You'll see our live video feed. You can chat with Randy. People asking him questions. He'll respond to you live even during the commercial breaks. WOAI News Time, 8:26. My goodness.
I know. Did you leave any cameras at home, Randy?
Couple of them. But they were very nice the other morning to let me stick the camera in their face.
Yeah, it was actually different. Yeah, and the fact that you got Charlie Parker, I mean, that is like a unbelievable feat.
I did not think that was going to happen. But
I didn't either, because we didn't know if he would show up on camera.
He's like a vampire with a mirror. Yeah.
Wow.
Tough room, man. Tough room.
It is.
Yeah.
So what are you all doing this weekend? Are you getting out in the heat?
Yes.
I am the PA announcer for the San Antonio Gunslingers. I will be at Freeman Coliseum 6 o'clock Saturday night for the Gunslinger Arena football game.
So sorry. I know it's fun, but I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Arena
It's
football.
arena football. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
like
the
a
size of
basketball court. Yeah.
Yeah. Only
It's real fast.
Artificial
Oh, it's real fast. Yeah.
They go flying into the walls.
Yes.
The walls are padded.
Yes. To the San Antonio Force?
There was. The Talons at one point were at the Alamo Dome.
Yes, Dave. Just remember, anything you say is going out over the YouTube, so talk
we're
loud.
live on YouTube.
Yeah, talk louder. Look, it's Dave Munoz. Everybody look at Dave.
The
Say hi,
jazz
Dave.
man,
Yeah,
David Munoz.
Wave at this camera.
Embarrassing personal questions. Let's put them on camera. This is going for my heart. Don't mind me. This is going straight upstairs.
David Munoz was at season 1 Spurs games at the Hemisphere Arena.
Yes, sir.
Yes, San Diego Conquistadors.
Oh my gosh,
Coached
yes.
by Wilt Chamberlain.
Yes.
Assisted by Stan Albeck.
That's right. That's right.
I remember going shooting those games in the 80s when they didn't have them all televised.
Right.
So you could go up
Yeah.
there, and then if they wanted to send somebody down, if they had a photographer, there was a concrete space where you could set up cameras in the middle and shoot down on that. I was stunned they didn't have it on TV.
I was a season ticket holder, not from the very beginning, but after a few games. I was a season ticket.
And how much were season tickets?
Behind the first bench, eye level with the basket. Tickets, $5.
I got half-season tickets, season 1 for $2. They were in the nosebleeds at the Hemisphere Arena,
Man.
but nobody was there.
Yeah, so you had the
we would
whole
walk,
go down.
We'd sit in the front row sometimes.
Yeah. I remember getting $2 tickets.
3 or 4 times a year.
A lot more than
We
you
had
can't
bank
buy.
loan.
You
We had
can't
bank loan.
buy anything for $5 anymore.
Right.
Nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
Against the wall of the arena. I got there when they opened up the first 6:30. I was single,
Yep.
18 years old.
Yep.
And went in there and fucking shoot around.
Oh yeah. It was fun, man. It was fun.
Yeah, I guess. What I understand is it was an off game and a guy right behind the Spurs bench.
Oh yeah, fun stuff, man.
And I mean, it was more than I should have ever paid, but it wasn't that bad.
Well, I just wanted to see the man they named the car after that.
That's true. That's true.
How you doing? You doing a lot of on-air stuff?
Hear you? Some, yeah.
My wife listens all the time. She does.
But after you're off, sir, if you want to come to my desk, I got a joke.
Okay.
He's always got a joke. Always has a joke. That's Dave. No. Usually they're just really corny and good. Actually, next Friday for Father's Day, we're going to do Dad Jokes Friday. People will send their dad jokes in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Andrew
Yep.
if he has the same adapter so I can plug into the system.
$8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, dozens of migrants rescued in a human smuggling bus. President Biden meets with Ukraine's Zelensky, and CPS Energy says it's ready for the hot summer months. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday: sunny and hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 80 degrees. And we continue to follow a breaking news story. 7 suspected human smugglers are behind bars after over 24 migrants were rescued from a hot stash house with no AC on the far south side.
This is the fault of the bloodthirsty organizations that are bringing these people across and putting them in harm's way.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar says 11 of the 26 migrants pulled from the house near Loop 1604 in Applewhite were hospitalized for heat exhaustion. Salazar says they were smuggled from Laredo in a secret compartment of a trailer for over 3 hours with no water.
Underneath is a large false compartment that these people were just laying down in there, exposed to the elements.
One Guatemalan woman reportedly paid $16,000 to come to Texas. The home reportedly has been used for cockfighting. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today in Delaware. The fourth day of the trial saw the widow of Hunter's late brother, Beau, take the stand. Hallie Biden dated Hunter when he purchased the firearm and testified about how she tossed the gun into a dumpster outside a grocery store. Hunter is accused of illegally buying and possessing the gun while being addicted to drugs. In an interview with ABC News, President Biden said he would not pardon his son if convicted. Well, former President Trump made a campaign stop in Arizona yesterday. Fox's Chanley Painter has more on Decision 2024.
It was Trump's first campaign stop since being convicted by a Manhattan jury and his first appearance in the battleground state in nearly 2 years.
Let me tell you, if we could have honest elections in this country, I would have stopped campaigning 2 weeks ago.
According to the latest Fox News polls, the swing state of Arizona would go to the former president. Trump leads President Biden by 5 percentage points among registered voters, where Trump's border state visit comes on the heels of Biden's executive order on immigration.
Nearly a dozen Trump supporters were treated for heat exhaustion while waiting for the campaign event in scorching heat. A federal judge is ordering former Trump advisor Steve Bannon to report to prison on July 1st to begin a 4-month prison sentence. The jury found Bannon guilty of 2 counts of contempt of Congress in 2022 after he refused to comply with a subpoena from the House panel investigating the riot at the U.S. Capitol. Well, Texas Democrats are rallying in El Paso for their annual convention.
Democrats are trying to strike a contrast to what the state saw when Republicans rallied in San Antonio. Party Chairman Gilbert Hinojosa points to a plank in the GOP platform that says abortion is not health care, it is homicide.
And recommended using the death penalty to punish women across our state for receiving life-saving health care.
Access to a doctor has been a key talking point at the Democratic Convention, which wraps up this weekend. It comes less than a week after the Texas Supreme Court unanimously rejected a challenge to the state's near-total abortion ban. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Brandon Herrera says he'll ask for a recount in his Republican primary runoff against incumbent U.S. Rep. Tony Gonzalez. Herrera is a YouTuber and a Second Amendment champion who lost last month's runoff by 407 votes. He says he'll request recounts in Bexar, El Paso, Medina, and Uvalde counties since his margin of defeat was about 1.4 percentage points. Well, during his visit to France, President Biden met with the Ukrainian president to discuss the country's ongoing defensive against Russia's invasion. Here's Fox's Peter Ducey.
President Biden was speaking so softly in this sit down with Volodymyr Zelensky in Paris that the press pool in the room thought he said that this new $225 million is going to be for a new Ukrainian electrical grid. White House officials had to step in and say, no, it's actually just for normal munitions that could be used to defend an electrical grid. But that is what the president was getting at. He also said that he is sorry for congressional Republicans back home holding up some of that aid.
Well, CPS Energy officials say they're ready for the hot summer months ahead. The San Antonio utility held a news conference to discuss their plans and how they will be ready for peak usage during the summer.
From our standpoint, for the assets that we're responsible for the systems that we maintain, we've done everything that we need to do to be ready for the hot summer season ahead.
CPS Energy President and CEO Rudy Garza says the company plans to utilize its internal meteorologists to help strategize their approach to energy management throughout the summer. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. Enjoy your weekend. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Elton John, Rocket Man on a Friday, as we are running a playlist of space songs in honor of SpaceX and a very successful test flight yesterday.
Yeah, we do this every Friday. We have a playlist of some sort, and normally it's one of us or a listener or maybe even Andrew and EJ, but this one is a special one, space.
Very, very nice. Meanwhile, Francis Ford Beamer is in here with all of his cinematography equipment.
Yes, Megalopolis. I'm shooting the rest of
I mean, you've got every size camera from the gargantuan video camera to this little tiny gimbal.
It's a gimbal Osmo DJI for those watching at home, and a GoPro, and you can shoot also ProRes log, as I know you know.
Oh, yes.
On your iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Yeah.
So that you can color grade better, so that you can look just marvelous on there. So I brought this in because I shot a bunch of stuff the other day behind the scenes with everyone else, and you weren't here.
Well.
So I had to, and this is for the archives.
Oh, yes. I don't know what kind of an archives that would be, but
it'll be at the Christmas party. They'll show it.
And for those people listening at home and driving around, this will be on somewhere on my Facebook, on YouTube.
Somewhere.
It'll be on
somewhere.
It's going to go
show
on
up.
viral.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
Charity also was very kind in answering embarrassing personal questions.
Yes. Well, when Randy tells you to talk, you just have to. You got to do what he says. I got to ask you, Randy, because I get accused by my husband of always like whipping out my phone, taking video, photos. Do your kids give you a hard time when you're out and about? And did they say, come on, Dad, just be in the moment, put away the camera, put away the phone? Do you get that at all?
A lot.
Okay.
All the time.
Okay.
They hate it. Dad, come on, stop taking pictures. Or if it's they look great. We're at an event, a graduation. Okay, done with that. Although my youngest two did help me on the documentary I did with Jesse Trevino.
Nice.
And there are some things that I dragged my older kids to and would take the camera around. And so they kind of like it I told them if we nominate something for an Emmy, that I would put their names on.
Oh, now that's cool.
So that's the only reason they care.
And KLRN gets a lot of Emmys. So
they
have.
And I think there's going to be an announcement about some other awards.
Cool.
Different awards.
Yeah.
That
nice.
The station got.
Speaking of KLRN, I want to plug your show On the Record. Thursday nights at 7
p.m.
Don't tune in late like I once did. 7 p.m. Thursday nights. They replay it on Sundays.
Sundays at 1 p.m., Saturdays sometimes at 5:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And KLRN.org.
All episodes are online.
On the record. Did I do enough shilling? Is that enough?
No. You've got time to do some more.
No. I'm going to be billed, please. No, that's all right. There's going to be 2 sales guys coming in here with invoice. But I appreciate it. And one other thing I wanted to say is that down when I was on the Riverwalk, again, it reminded me of doing a Facebook Live. And I want to do that again sometime, because what I would do is to show people what was open, what wasn't, what it was like during Facebook. And there's so many things that have changed down there that on sometime on a Friday or Saturday night, if you go to my Facebook page.
Yes.
Oh, I should have a podcast.
You should get on one of the boats and take a tour and film that.
Speaking of which, yes, last night I shot, there's a ton of boats down there, people waiting in line, a lot of tourists. Pete Delgado.
Oh, wow. I love Pete Delgado.
Is a tour guy.
News 4 for people who may not remember.
Sports anchor back in the day, and he's having the time of his life.
Oh, I bet he's having fun.
He's turning 65.
My goodness.
This weekend, having a big party.
Happy birthday, Pete.
I don't know that.
Where's the party? What time? What should we bring?
I don't know. Okay. I'm going to crash it.
I still have VHS tape of the Spurs winning the 1999 NBA championship. And I was channel surfing and recording everything that night. And Pete Delgado, along with the great Don Harris and others, were on News 4 San Antonio.
Yes, and one of the worst bloopers ever. I hope you've. I was wearing a white shirt and a tie, and it was an away game. So I was down on the Riverwalk, and it was like 115 degrees, 300% humidity. And they were throwing beer on me.
Oh, how dare they?
And so, but that's my excuse, because they threw beer on me right around the armpits. And it was a white shirt and pit stains. But I'm sorry, that was like bringing up something upbeat like you did earlier.
Exactly. June 25th, 1999, the night that Avery Johnson hit the I'm Rain Man with some of these. When Avery Johnson hits the baseline jumper on a pass from Sean Elliott to beat the New York Knicks. More with Randy Beamer coming up. He's with us till 9 o'clock. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 8:45.
All right, we're back on the stream again.
Yes, we're streaming.
Uh-oh.
Questions for Randy on there at all?
Let me see. Yeah, if you've got a question for Randy.
No, that's all right.
No, you're here. We're going to get your questions in, man. Come on.
Thank you, Christopher Reed. I appreciate that.
Christopher Reed?
Christopher Reed.
Oh.
Not Reeve.
I was going to say, wow.
Let's see, Robert Tucker.
Charlie Steeler Rob.
Charlie Parker chastised me live on the air because I said Sunken Gardens, plural. It just came out. So Charlie Parker comes in for his segment. He goes, there's one of the pet peeves I have. People who say
just like
Sunken Gardens. And then 1 week later, he's talking about Sunken Garden, and he says Sunken Garden. And did I call him out, Mr. T?
No.
No, because I don't do
what
that.
What is Steeler Rob saying? Rob Tucker?
What did he say
Rob
about
Tucker.
Sunken Garden? See, there's so many. Right after Sammy Hagar concert at Sunken Gardens. I don't know what he's.
Oh.
So.
Okay. Yeah, let me get this out of your way here.
No,
oh, you want to use it? Okay.
I was using that as a prop. I didn't.
I'm sorry.
I hope you're done with it.
I'm done with all that. I've already memorized it all.
See, you look marvelous.
I've already memorized it all.
Well, don't seem to have any memory issues.
No, not at all. I do not. Which kind of sucks, man. It's a curse. It's a curse.
Do you have that memory like
He's Rain Man when it comes to numbers.
Well, and sports?
Yeah, sports Rain Man. There's got to be another name than Rain Man. Sports Rain Man should be, I don't know. We'll think of something. We'll come up with something.
Okay.
Pardon me. Oh. You know, it sounds like being a tour guide on one of those boats would be fun, man. I could do that. I could do that. Because half the time they're making it up anyways. They're going along.
Yeah. I heard a little bit of that. Although he didn't know I was there. And so it's getting people on the boat and in line they were watching. And he was kind of the tour guide Nazi. All right, now, you guys.
Funny.
This is like a movie theater, right?
Yeah.
No talking, be quiet, turn your phones off. I'm the guy to listen to it.
That's funny.
But,
you see, that'd be fun, man.
And then I saw him later because I was walking around.
Now, is Kangaroo Court still there?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No, but I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
There was a
And Dirty Nellies. Yeah, I know that's still there because that's where we went in February.
Somebody
Yeah.
mentioned Buona Dix.
That was
the other
me.
day.
That was me. That's where I
Buona
went on
Dix.
prom night.
Yeah.
Prom night, we went down to Buona Dix on the river.
Now, did
Yeah.
Buona Dix become Dick's Last Resort?
No.
Okay.
No, Buona Dix is where they had the girls in the cages dancing and stuff. You know,
Okay.
yeah, and go-go dancing. It was cool, man. Down on the Riverwalk. It was close to where Dick's was, but farther back, kind of where Howl at the Moon was. Remember Howl at the Moon? Or no, Coyote Ugly's. Coyote Ugly. That's where it was. Yeah, that's where Buona Dix. Oh God, 1981.
They built that area.
See, but if you go right by there, if you're coming by there, Buona Dix was right before that new area right there, but not exactly in the same place where Coyote Ugly was, but in that area right there. Because they redid all that. Yeah, they redid all that. Yeah, because that used to be, that's where that was. And there was something else we used to go down to because they never carded you at Buona Dix. That's why we went, because they never carded you. Plus, it was 18 was a drinking age back then, and I was already 18. Yeah. And then 6 months later, they changed it to 19. And then when I turned 19, I got legal again. And then 6 months after that, they changed it to 21. So yeah, I turned legal 3 times. No, actually, I was grandfathered in. Nobody ever asked me for an ID anywhere.
You have to register for the draft.
I did not.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
1981.
My older brother did.
My dad would not let me not do it. He told me, if you're living here, you're going to do it. So I did it.
Well, I can.
Okay, Eric says, what digital cam are you using, Randy? I'm a camera
Stand by,
geek
Chris.
here. Oh, here we come.
Just going to throw it to her, right?
Okay, yes. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and our final segment with Randy Beamer coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
7 suspects are under arrest after Bexar County deputies raided a stash house full of migrants and dangerous heat on the south side. The jobs report for May beat analysts' expectations, and the Mavs fell to the Celtics in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today and hot. Forecast high 102 tomorrow. A few clouds early, then sunshine. Highs 101. Sunday, few morning clouds. Otherwise, generally sunny. Highs right around 100 degrees. 77 here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 8:51.
Walking on the sun?
Yes. It was going to be our earworm.
Yeah,
but with Randy in here,
we got
we
Randy
decided
Beamer
to,
here. We
to
want-
blow off our earworm.
We want to talk with Randy Beamer.
Blaming me.
No, we're giving
Randy,
you credit.
It was the Riverwalk last night. Now it's the weekend. What are the big Randy Beamer plans for the weekend?
Well, as a grandfather, I'm all about that. And last weekend, I got to watch him play soccer. He's
Nice.
2, and they had their big championship game, and he got the medal. And also doing the, what did we have? Oh, I was doing the grandpa giving the couple a date night.
Oh, cool.
So that kind of stuff. Charlie Parker, I guess, is doing that. This is all the stuff that charity needs, right? Do you have family here that help out with your stuff?
Really, only my mom is the main person I trust to watch my kids. Other than that, no, we have nobody. So she comes over once a week and we'll stay the night and watch the kids for a little bit while I do stuff around the house. But Yeah, that's it. So we are grateful for grandparents because, I mean, we need the help whenever we can.
So what I'm hearing is she wants you to babysit.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm getting to.
That's what I'm hearing.
Uncle Randy.
Microphones. Speakers not working.
No shortage of surveillance cameras, you know. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you guys, they did answer embarrassing personal questions, and somehow this is going to be on the socials down the road, and I will let you know.
Okay.
Because
are we going to have a big premiere or something?
Well,
red carpet, all
yes,
that?
definitely. Do you see there are a couple of film studios that are opening. One near Bastrop. They had a story on yesterday. Big film studio, and then one between here and Austin. So, we're getting more film people that really know what they're doing, aside from me. But anyway, watch KLRN when you can. That's my last shameless.
No, it's not
On
shameless
the
at all,
record.
man.
On the record.
7 o'clock Thursday nights. Replay Sundays at 1 p.m.
Yes.
I get that right?
But
Yeah.
mainly
all episodes at KLRN.org.
Go to the Facebook page because I will have to put at least some of the video of you guys on the air because I think a lot of people, your family, it's great to be coming in here and
we love
seeing
having you, man,
guys.
by the way.
Well, I mean, but people hear you, but they don't know your face.
Yeah.
They don't want to know Tim's face or my face.
Yes,
They'd
it's
like to know Charity's face, but they don't want to know our face.
They don't want chopped liver. They want charity.
That's the name of our rock band, Chopped Liver.
Yeah.
We're looking for a drummer, Randy, if you want to.
Yeah, if you can play drums,
Be in Chopped Liver with us. We'll be playing down at
down on the Riverwalk, probably.
Somewhere on the Riverwalk. The Cove, maybe.
The Cove would take us,
book us at the Cove.
That would be
We'll
great.
open for Los Number 2 dinner. So
Now, that would be awesome.
It'll be beautiful. Do you know the music of Los Number 2 dinners?
I've heard of
They're outstanding.
them, but
they
I
all
have
went
not.
to Jefferson High School a million years
Right.
ago. They sing about San Antonio, living inside the loop, downtown San Antonio. Quiero un
Love 'em.
camero.
Love them.
They've got great songs.
Doesn't Robert Earl Keen have an album, Number 2 Dinner, live? Number 2 Dinner?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So, Randy, any
Charity gave the.
Charity.
You're making me hungry.
I know. I hear you.
So, Randy, we got to throw it to Sean Hannity. Any final words for the city of San Antonio and all of South Texas?
Watch out. I have cameras.
It's got like 17
And I
cameras.
will
There's our
put
next
you-
shirt. Watch out. Randy has
and
cameras.
live sometime I'll put you on Facebook so you can go down to the river.
Okay.
Friday or Saturday night sometime.
And go check out Randy Beamer's Facebook page, his Instagram. You'll see all kinds of fun, eclectic stuff there. All right. Our thanks to Mr. Randy Beamer. And we will see you Monday morning at 5 a.m. We've got Glenn Beck coming up here in about 10 minutes. Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with everything you need to know. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute. I think our YouTube portion is ending.
Yes.
Thanks for hanging out,
you guys
everybody.
have a great
We appreciate
day.
it.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Okay.